This is Audible.
The Dark Side of the Sun, written by Addison Kane, narrated by Jas Walker. Chapter 1. Digging sharp heels against his mount's flank, Mr. Harrow ground his teeth. That damnable sooty streak still outdistanced him, the shrieking interloper marring his land like a blight. Such shouts would cost so low a trespasser, for had the intruder been silent, they might have gone unnoticed in thick mist. He knew why they raced with such vigour to cross the marshes. They had need to fear the man who might pursue. And based on their mangled path, it was clear he knew the terrain far better than they. Another kick to urge on his steed's vigorous pace, and he cut through marshy wetlands, the thicker east fog hiding his approach. No local would have dared encroach so deep into his land. No farmer, no merchant, no soul familiar with the name Gregory Harrow. None were welcome here. None endured his unhappy attention. None who wanted to thrive, at least. Should he not like what he found, that bandit would lie with the others, a forgotten mass sunk to the bottom of a bog. Harrow checked his beast, slowing so no clop of horses betrayed their approach. In the fog, all that waited between him and the rocks was a fine stallion. The black giant stood without tack, no doubt stolen, the horse's ears pinned back, nostrils flared. Wary his true prey hid out of sight, Mr. Harrow chose to work quickly. Abandoning a fool in the marshes with no steed to see them out was simpler than overtaking one. If all went well, the vagrant would be less a horse, while he won the richer. Gathering a length of rope from his saddle, the gentleman dismounted. His target grew hostile, chuffed loudly, and stomped to the point Mr. Harrow's own gelding shied. Despite the horse's agitated neigh, there were no sounds of its missing rider. There was nothing. No footfalls, no slick scratch of a blade pulled from sheath. Even the wind was oddly still. Eager to take the horse while the opportunity stood, Harrow clicked his tongue and prepared to throw the lead. The Arabian was having none of it. The monster reared, hooves tearing at the air. When braced forelegs landed and the stallion stood ready to charge, a voice came from above. "He is a killer. You would be wise to step away while you still can." Snapping his head upward, Mr. Harrow saw nothing. At least, at first. It was the wind that betrayed her. One solitary breeze flapped worn edges of a cloak the same drab grey of her surroundings. Perched like a gargoyle above him, the intruder stared down with narrowed eyes. "You." He caught the full measure of the vagrant, the sneer to his lip far more threatening than her stamping horse. "Imp." Before Mr. Harrow could continue, the woman slid down the rocks, graceless in her landing. Feet bare and muddy, a mess of wind-tangled blood-red hair spilled from her hood, but it was the eyes, the way they turned up, that gave her away. She was no English lass, yet she stared at him as if he were the one out of place. Mr. Harrow had been wrong. The girl had not been running from him. She had not even known he'd pursued. Circling, he didn't make it within 3 paces before her stallion reared and forced him back. She warned a second time. "If you continue your approach, I cannot be responsible for his actions. He is an outright demon of a horse. Lower your rope and go." "I will not." It was not only the harshness of his tone, or the mean look of him. It was the half-hidden female's hesitation. Hubris or not, he frightened her. Had she been alone without her great beast, the woman's command would never have been so steady. "You will." He offered a crass leer. "Whose household do you belong to? Or are you some vagabond?" The accusation brought a shadow to her lips. "I am not the one trying to steal a horse, Mr. Harrow." Chin lifted, Harrow sneered. "How do you know me?" Before the horse might trample the intruder into an early grave, the woman reached out dirty fingertips, cooing even when her stallion snorted. The beast gave an agitated whinny, stamped, and stilled to the point it was uncanny. In a blur of grey wool, she mounted his back, as haughty as any queen on her throne. No matter her cold looks, Mr. Harrow knew why she had scaled the creature. It was fear. And how easy it had been to terrify her so. All it had taken was one dark, promising look. His black eyes glittered, the meanest of grins offered. "Your name, red-haired wench." Curving her lips in false delight, she mocked him in reply. "Imp was quite astute. You may call me that." A simple twitch of her thigh, and her stallion launched itself into the wilds. Nothing had been gained in Harrow's hunt of horse and rider. The imp was still running free, an occasional distant streak across the horizon he could not ensnare. He'd pursued the brazen harridan, only to turn his head and find her miles off, as if she were some spectre capable of being in two places at once. It was that devil horse, the beast too swift, the girl's careless riding preserving her from him. Unwilling to be reckless over such dangerous ground, Harrow was not about to risk his gelding or his neck giving further chase. Like all fools who bounded through unknown lands, the woman with her dirty feet would find soon enough the savagery of the landscape would not tolerate her games. He need not even bother. The bogs would claim her, or she would lose the road and wander without food or water. Either way, she would learn, and if she didn't, if he found her again, she would learn another way. Hours lost and nothing gained, Mr. Harrow turned towards the direction of his initial goal. He was overdue to receive a new tenant. The complication, another slight against the miscreant imp. Ambling up the pathway of the long vacant Crescent Barrows, Mr. Harrow peered past neglected foliage to find a cart had already arrived, as had a lanky figure, a gentleman, ancient and ramrod straight. The weathered fossil seemed a good match for a crumbling manor tainted by rumours of ghosts. The old tales the landlord had found both baseless and bland. The only thing one needed to fear within Crescent Barrows was what living men could do. Clearing the overgrown hedgerows, Mr. Harrow dismounted with a little preamble. "Good afternoon, Mr. Griggs." Hollowed cheeks were sucked deep as Solicitor Griggs observed his tardy host. "I am here to take governance of the property." "Then by all means." Pulling a tangle of iron keys from his pocket, Mr. Harrow brushed past the man to unlock the main entry. The heavy door whined under the demands of a heavy shoulder. "Let us enter." Before following, the old man looked to the solitary manservant. "Payne." A burly grey-haired African came from the cart, stoic as he followed the party inside. The portal shut, little light filtering in to break up the gloom. Crescent Barrows was no country manor of extravagant rooms and fine gardens. It was a crumbling stone structure, lacking more modern comforts, antiquated in its layout. Beyond the narrow vestibule, a great hall waited, the room's massive hearth infested with the nests of its 8-legged residents. Ignoring the squalor, Harrow threw several logs into the jaw and lit a quick blaze, singeing webs and forcing spiders to flee as the shadows retreated and heat worked to thaw the room. Watching the old man survey shabby covered furniture and the threadbare rug, Mr. Harrow cleared his throat. "You have only the one servant. I shall send more to help unload your wagon." Unsmiling, Mr. Griggs answered, "That is unnecessary." "As you wish." They were almost eye to eye, Mr. Griggs exceptionally tall and so slender it seemed sickly. Harrow needed his tenant alive if he wanted to continue receiving payment. "Yet a room must be prepared for you at this late hour." A top hat was placed upon the scant hair clinging to Mr. Grigg's skull.
"I am merely acting as solicitor and cannot linger. The Baroness Iliffe is your tenant, sir."
Dark brows drew tight, Mr. Harrow's response terse. "Yet the house is rented in your name, sir."
"Her ladyship is an extremely private woman."
The skeletal man offered a warning.
"Your reputation as a discreet gentleman of business and the fact this house is difficult to let are a good fit to her needs. She does not come to the country for socializing and has no interest in a reception from her neighbours. It is her desire her title remain unknown and she be left alone."
"And what of the Baron Iliffe?" A toneless answer was offered.
"Dead. 3 years past."
A grieving widow, confining herself to the countryside, the very idea was repugnant, though not as infuriating as the fact nobility thought to dupe him. "And when will this grand lady arrive to take possession of the house?" After a condescending glance over the squalor of the room, it was apparent in Solicitor Grigg's estimation that the house stood ill-suited for imminent arrival.
"Her ladyship does things in her own time."
As Harrow made to argue, the solicitor left, offering little more than a stiff bow. Atop a sorrel mare, the old man rode out over darkening moors, his stretching shadow moving like a bony finger towards the township of Harding. Chapter 2. It was not unusual for Gregory Harrow to drop into the Red Griffin. At the sight of his approaching horse, the innkeeper's lad rushed out to grab the bridle, the boy taking pains to keep his eyes downcast in the presence of the dismounting gentleman. When he haunted the inn's doorstep, Harrow came to gamble, to demand the payment of debts, and on occasion to take one of the girls in the barn for a copper's worth of fun. Such behaviour was standard fare, but that was not why the innkeeper's son remained skittish in the brute's presence. It was the memory of watching Mr. Harrow coldly maim a challenger beyond recognition. He'd beaten his own cousin. His cousin had died. All over one damning word, no soul dared to speak in Harrow's presence since. Pulling the gloves from his hands, Harrow scanned the torch-lit yard. There was one he was looking for, a sack of bones that might actually prove useful. When Gregory found the crouched village scamp gnawing something under the shelter of the gate, he shouted, "Boy!" Calf eyes in a too-thin face snapped up from a heel of burned bread. The beggar froze, visibly swallowing, clutching hard to his meal as he shrank back. Chin to his chest, Harrow grinned at the ragged cast-off. "Have you seen a woman with red hair? A stranger on a black horse?" "No, sir." The youth tripped over the words. "And when you pilfered that bread?" Standing, the boy defended himself, emboldened enough that he didn't stutter. "I bought this bread. Ask the innkeeper if you don't believe me." "With stolen coin?" A snort, and Harrow pressed. "Did you hear what the kitchen flits gossiped about when you purchased your bread?" Defiance snuffed out. Hugh muttered, "No, they took 3 coin for the loaf, made me eat out here." 3 coin for 1 loaf of burnt bread. A snide sneer came to Harrow's lips, dark eyes darting towards the open door of the inn. "For that price, you should have your feet up next to the fire." Wicked, he ordered. "Get your bones inside, then." Shaking his head, Hugh pulled his lower lip into his mouth, recalling the split lip the innkeeper had given him last time he'd come too close in search of warmth. False amusement drained from the towering gentleman. "Do as I say, boy." It was not an act of kindness. Harrow had no interest in the boy's welfare, and the youth well knew it. He only wanted to use him to bait the innkeeper for sport, or laugh while one of the others thumped him. Quick as a flash, the beggar turned, the precious heel of bread held tightly to his chest as he scrambled off. Goading fools had always been good for a chuckle. Grinning, Harrow pushed through the door of the Red Griffin and waited to be noticed. Labourers sat with their kind, and the gentlemen with theirs. Between them was the buffer of landowners and the more prosperous farmers. Society knew their place, but as drink flowed, the boundaries would blur, especially once the hour grew late and serious gambling began. There would be talk of the inn's guests, rumours Harrow might glean about Solicitor Griggs, who must be snoring upstairs, as he was not at the gaming table or drinking by the fire. If Harrow was lucky, there might even be a scarlet-haired imp moving through the crowd, trying to pocket coins the scrawny orphan outside lacked the stones to take. The inn's best seat was given up once the man warming it saw who approached. Harrow lowered himself into the worn leather chair near the fire. Soon enough, a tankard was put in his hand. As he scanned the sorry crowd, several neighbours nodded a polite hello, a few scampering away before a debt might be called upon. Time ticked on, but no flash of shabby grey or twist of blood-red hair caught the light. The imp was not there. But something almost as entertaining was. Indolent, Harrow watched one of the few men foolish enough to still speak ill of him brag mightily over the sum he'd made of his crop that very morning. Held by eyes as black as Harrow's intentions, his distant neighbour grew bold with drink. The confidence of a bellyful of ale, and the farmer swaggered, certain he was invincible as his pile of coin grew with every throw of the dice. With such large winnings, he wagered aggressively with his funds, much to the excitement of his friends and the cheering of the room. Another win bolstered the farmer's faith that he was the master of chance, drawing him into a bet that even his companions warned against. It had always astounded Harrow how quickly a simpleton could lose a fortune, and how speedily those willing to do what had to be done could earn one. So he watched, as the diceman handed over the cup, the farmer shaking it, risking a massive sum on a single bet. The clatter of the cubed wood fell, and a cold sweat broke out upon a face that had been so full of delight only a moment ago. The farmer had lost. Desperation led to another reckless bet, the farmer gathering up the dice in the cup. One last throw, and everything was forfeit, all his profits from his crop squandered. "That's £10, Keith." The diceman grinned, his mouth a curl of perfect satisfaction. "Do me now, if you please." Working to hide his horror, Keith patted his pockets. He pulled all he had from his coat, slid it to the diceman, hoping the foreigner might not notice he stood £2 short. The wiry-limbed diceman snatched at the notes, clicking his tongue. "Betting money you ain't got is not a sign of a gentleman." Panting, Keith looked for the friends who'd egged him on, who drank and cheered, but they stood distant and averted their eyes. "I'm sure we could work something out." The quick-handed Irishman smirked. "Either you find me coin, or you'll be paying another way." Sweating, hands pressed to a protruding belly, Keith grew desperate. Those he asked for a loan outright denied him. The few gentlemen in the room ignored him, save one. Mr. Harrow met his frantic eyes and held them. Keith's paunch expanded in a steadying breath. He wiped a hand over a fleshy face and stood. "Sir?" "Sir?" Harrow answered back, in parrot of Keith's thick accent. "I don't recall you ever calling me that before." No, he had not. There was another name Keith far preferred, a title that had earned the last man who'd spoken it to Harrow's face a grave. Everyone knew the dark-haired bastard had no true right to the name Harrow, or the lands he'd taken. Standing there needy before the softly smiling object of his antagonism ate through Keith's drunken bravado, eyeballing the largeness of the lounging man, still seeing the scrawny boy he'd hated, the farmer couldn't understand how Gregory Harrow had grown in size and wealth, while pure-blood men like him had only sunk lower. "I have little ones to feed." Harrow offered a leer, drawing the bumbling drunkard nearer with soft speech. "Then a loan of £30 should see you through." £30? Keith could hardly believe his ears. That was £10 more than he had started with. A true fortune. Rising from the bench, stumbling, the sudden would-be comrade grinned and nodded, holding out his hand to shake. "If it pleases you, sir." "More than I can express." Warm welcome oozed from the villain. "Shall we drink to it?" Harrow waved over a nearby barmaid, demanding a pour of porter. The drink came, and the men raised their glasses, Harrow smiling all the while. Before the gulp was fully swallowed, Keith's bloodshot eyes darted back towards the gaming table, back to where men once again gathered to shout and cheer. With a belch, the farmer took his £30, ready to show his neighbours his worth. Harrow made no move to stop him, but silent laughter shook his shoulders as he watched the small fortune he had lent the fool dwindle, until Keith had lost every single penny. Again. Belligerently drunk, Keith began to splutter and weep, unsure where he had gone so wrong. He'd felt it. The money had been his. He had been winning. Then, little by little, it all just slipped away. When the man became a blubbering mess, Mr. Harrow rose from his chair, crossing the distance to the gaming table. The quick-eyed diceman reached out to pull his winnings towards his belly. Keith, hiccuping between sobs, sagged to the tablecloth in a heap of filthy wool and sweat. In pure disgust, Harrow shoved Keith from seat to floor, and with a flourish of his cutaway, claimed the vacant position. He looked to the Irishman, smiling like a crocodile. Harrow tapped the table with his finger. "Now dice has never been my game. The odds are just too unpredictable." Across the worn table, the dice man straightened. The Irishman was willing to play into Harrow's brand of conversation. "Then what's your game?" Harrow tutted. "My game is the sort requiring determined patience." Black eyes rolled down to where Keith lay balled up on the floor, crying like a babe. "And an attentive eye." The diceman pinched his mouth, lips tucked back tightly against crooked teeth. "Aye." Flourishing his fingers, Mr. Harrow pulled out 2 £20 notes, sliding them on the table between them. He gathered the dice in his palm. "And as you must understand, a wise man never plays unless he knows he will win." The dice were shaken, Harrow's numbers called, and the wooden cubes cast, every single one landing in favour of the man who'd thrown them. "Perhaps I spoke falsely." Harrow's grin was a nasty thing. Teeth bared, he reached forward and gathered every last coin from the dice man's pile, reaching to take from the Irishman's breast pocket until the debt was fully settled. "Dice indeed seems to be my game." Mr. Harrow tossed £5 down, all pretence of pleasure replaced with darkness. "For the hours of gratuitous amusement." The blazing hearth held Arabella's attention, not her guest. Harding Township's coach inn, the Red Griffin, had afforded them the privacy of the upstairs dining room. Together they were sequestered from the boisterous noise of the common room below, yet the pair had not filled the silence with speech. They had simply eaten, both comfortable in their way with silence. But her reticence could not continue. Specifics had to be discussed. Solicitor Griggs set his chipped teacup atop its saucer. "The house is appalling. As it is now, it may take weeks before comfortably habitable." She gave him the courtesy of meeting his eyes. "Is it really so bad?" Griggs was a blunt man. "Yes." Arabella sipped her tea. "And Mr. Harrow, what did you think of him?" "His reputation appears accurate. Sunken yellowed eyes, familiar with the ways of the world, spoke louder than Mr. Griggs' words.
"Be cautious of him. He has already taken offence."
Noted. Setting her cup aside, Arabella addressed a far more important topic. "I won't draw this out. The Iliffe estate. How in the red is it?"
"William Dalton has amassed large gambling debts and seeks to sell more land to raise income. The new baron is running the estate into the ground. Your portion may be less than £2,000 this annum."
The old man seemed hesitant, as if choosing his words cautiously.
"I anticipate it won't be long before his attention turns back to freeing up your share. He'll want you handled quietly."
Mr. Griggs saw the worry on her face and didn't force her to speak, but he did vocalize what she needed to face.
"If he were to make you marry, your dower would end and he would have access to your third of the Iliffe estate."
The fact the new baron would prefer to see her dead rather than married did not need to be spoken aloud. Mr. Griggs remained grim.
"Dalton has worked hard to secure popularity with the nobility, spent a fortune, developed connections, power, simply by holding the title and keeping you at bay."
Her eyes went back to the fire. "He can have London."
"It has been 3 years, your ladyship. New scandals have arisen that are fresher and more interesting than yours."
Griggs spoke of nightmarish things in the same tone in which he spoke of the weather.
"The greatest stand you could make would be in London, where your arrival would spark curiosity. Curiosities garner invitations, even if for the wrong reasons. Bank on your infamy. Be seen at court."
The type who would invite her to gatherings of any kind were the very people that turned her stomach. She could not fault Griggs's strategy, not when she knew he had her best interests at heart, but there was more to her hesitations than dread and common sense. I can't do it."
"Should the worst happen and you try to stand alone, friendless, and with a cursory title, you will lose. Without powerful friends at your back, he has the power to force you, or to make you disappear."
"I know." Pinching the bridge of her nose, Arabella closed her eyes and took a deep breath.
"Child."
He reached forward and placed his gnarled hand over hers.
"Try and you will see that you can navigate society as a titled widow far more easily than as the wife of a cruel husband."
She opened her eyes. For a moment the young woman looked ancient beyond her years. "All I desire is to be left alone." Mr. Griggs steepled his bony fingers and rested them under a sharp chin.
"This is desolate country, my lady. You could begin here, expose yourself in practice. From such a bramble, the news of your whereabouts would take time to reach London, or stagnate in the solitude you desire."
He made sure she heard every word.
"But running. You cannot live this way forever. The ground will shrink beneath your feet, and the chase will eventually come to an end. If you don't control when, he will."
The conversation was over. Solicitor Griggs had made his argument, and knew she would want to be alone with her thoughts. The gentleman stood, bowed deeply, and left without another word. Alone, still dressed in her mud-splattered gown and stinking of horse, Arabella paced before the meagre fire in the inn's small room. If Magdala could see her, her housekeeper would be mightily displeased. The Spaniard would fret, try to brush her hair, distract her with pointless babble, or just nag. Anxious as she was, Arabella even considered waking her, slipping into the adjacent room for the distraction, but the idea was selfish, and Magdala's company would only go so far in soothing her. Magdala would also want to know what was discussed with Griggs. At one hint of the solicitor's opinion that Baroness proclaim her title, the well-meaning housekeeper would agree, loudly and often. For that reason, Arabella chose to face her anxiety alone. Careless of the hour, Arabella stole from the room, pleased to find no candle had been left burning in the shadowy hall. Fingertips brushing faded paper walls, she crept towards the stairs, quiet as a ghost. Near the kitchens, she turned a corner and found a slice of light cutting through where age had forced the boards apart. The sliver beckoned her like a hooked finger, offering a glimpse into the common room. One peek, and Arabella spied the late crowd of Harding's only public house. Men, their shirt sleeves exposed, relaxed and drank. A few scant women served drink or other things. There was laughter and easiness about everyone. Everyone but him. Cheek pressed to a wall scented of dust and linseed oil, Arabella watched, mouth agape to see the very scoundrel from the moors, sitting like a king in the shifting firelight. No matter how Mr. Harrow lazed in that great leather chair, how calm his visage, she saw all that sat in his intentions. Ruthless calculation. Yet the way the barmaids glanced his way, it was clear the women admired what they saw. For he was beautiful, in the way a fine painting was beautiful. Even brooding, his brows drawn low over dark eyes, he seemed far too handsome, almost pretty if it were not for the crook of his nose and the largeness of him. No matter how long she watched, Mr. Harrow's ungodly attention remained focused on one thing. Arabella could even fancy she saw him lick his lower lip, blatantly staring at a fat, laughing drunkard at the dice table. The show played on, and though she could not hear Harrow's words, she felt she understood his motives. He ruined a man by empowering the fool to ruin himself. It was all so simply done. Even as it was happening, some of the men looked upon the villain with glances that grotesquely mirrored nervous esteem, as if everyone in the room was privy to some great secret that not a soul would dare speak of. The lowest staring with reverence, the highest peering with anxiety. Arabella watched in fascination as he faced off against the dice man himself. The villain had seen what she too had noticed. The Irishman had cheated. It was obvious from the way Mr. Harrow palmed the cubes and threw. Even she knew such a trick, having mastered the game at a very young age to swindle Englishmen out of their coin. At his victory, Harrow's pitch eyes burned. Every cent he had lent the snivelling drunkard on the floor having come back to him twofold. Chapter 3. There was a smell about the place, a rich earthy scent that lingered in every room. It reminded Arabella of a graveyard, the walls of exposed stone better suiting a tomb than what had long ago been a fine house. The surroundings were appropriate, comfortable even. Finery did not suit the Baroness of Iliffe. Her housekeeper, Magdala, had been far less pleased with the new accommodations. Resigned, she let out a series of sighs. Despite her disgust, the woman had moved straight to work, setting the place to right with the assistance of the kitchen maid Mary. It had taken 2 weeks, but Crescent Barrows was beginning to reflect a semblance of order. While the women worked inside, Payne had his labours outside, accompanied by the latest young addition to the staff. A ragged boy in Harding had pilfered a coin from Arabella so splendidly, she gave the little miscreant 2 more. The following morning, Payne had been sent to offer him a place. Hugh, the orphan beggar, fit in well. He scampered and stuttered, working hard to prove his worth. Payne made it easy for the boy, patient and unassuming as he taught him tasks suited to a child. With the staff engaged by duties of their own, Arabella found her own work. Between hours of scrubbing away years of grime, the Baroness explored. The house was odd. Furniture covered, random items left lying about. Crescent boughs had been shut up and frozen in time. Many rooms seemed untouched in decades. Heavy velvet bed curtains, moth-eaten. Latticed windows grown over with ivy, so thick waxy leaves blocked the light. Most of what she found was little more than garbage, but the study held a treasure. Running a fingertip over dust-laden books, Arabella pulled a few volumes from the shelves. Each was snapped shut, and ultimately disappointing. Every title was religious in nature. Well-worn lengthy sermons, she imagined the most upright and bland of men poring over day by day at the room's overlarge desk. Holy men, godly men. She'd never met one who lived up to such a title. The true points of interest in the study were found leaning against the wall, hidden under dust cloths. Portraits. The pious previous occupants' oval faces stared back at her, each either entirely beautiful or entirely ugly. All seemed severe, save one, a young woman dressed in blue. The girl was particularly pretty, powdered hair framing large eyes, but there was a stiff set to her mouth, as if she itched to be anywhere other than sitting for that portrait. Such a girl did not belong in that dowdy room, nor could Arabella believe she would have wasted her time with books like these. The painting was propped atop the desk, so the frame might be dusted, and the picture prepared for hanging. The rest were left covered and ignored. It was her eyes, dark and soulful, Arabella liked most. Or was it the greys and peacock blues used to highlight the woman's beauty? More light was required to decide. Sleeved to the nearest window's filthy pane, Arabella wiped away years of dust, finding the view stole her attention from the portrait. Outside, even with the sky bloated by rain, it was beautiful. Or it would have been, if not for the single rider who crested the hill and brought his horse to a stop. Once again, he had come to watch and wait. Tall in his saddle, he glared up towards the house, unwelcome and uninvited. Though it was impossible Mr. Harrow might see her standing behind such grimy glass, it felt as if their eyes met. The sensation that followed, the hairs rising on her neck, and the tightening in her stomach, was not a welcome one. 2 days prior he had called and taken tea with the housekeeper, only to be told that the Baroness had yet to reveal when she would appear amongst them. It had been laughable when he left, and Magdala came to seek her, to tell her of the fine gentleman that had acted both amiable and polite. The older woman had praised their new landlord. He offered the names of any nearby residents who might seek employment. How very gracious he sounds. From her bedroom window, Arabella had watched him ride away, utterly unimpressed with the amiable gentleman. I find it strange he did not have those townsfolk already in his employ to prepare this house before I arrived. But I suppose he must be admonished from fault, since he has offered us the chance to hire them ourselves and cover the expense. Mr. Harrow was the type of man Arabella understood, the one playing the part, manipulating. Only Pain had ever been different, and he was perfect, greater than a man in her eyes. "My lady," Magdala had admonished, "Mr. Harrow is your nearest neighbour. You will have to extend an invitation soon, or he will know you are slighting him." Afraid he might turn us from a house no one wanted to rent? The Baroness smirked and put a stop to the subject. No. The long stare she'd earned from her housekeeper pressed Arabella to clarify her expectations of their tenure. Solicitor Griggs explained the situation, and Mr. Harrow is receiving payment. Generous payment, I might add. Wasting my time was not part of the bargain. Should he call, you will attend him, and I will be left unmentioned. Magdala left the room, muttering phrases under her breath, phrases Arabella was sure involved the words stubborn and foolish, if not a few choice Spanish expletives as well. Though she'd been with them for the better part of 2 years, Magdala still didn't understand her ways. But the housekeeper was faithful, even when in open disagreement with her renegade employer. Magdala wanted Arabella to be happy, to wear fine dresses, and to socialize with her peers, to accept callers. Most days the woman would be pleased just to comb all that blazing hair into anything beyond matted tangles. For Arabella, it changed nothing. At Crescent Barrows the Baroness would live as a servant in her own house. Magdala's high manners be damned. Sneering, sick of looking at Mr. Harrow, of hearing about him, Arabella turned her eyes from the window and went back to dusting weighty books of sermons she'd rather be struck with than listen to. Mr. Harrow plodded across Crescent Barrow's overrun courtyard. Little had changed since the meagre household's arrivals. There were no servants scuttling about. All was overgrown, quiet. Sneering when glazed windows reflected the swollen clouds instead of revealing what was behind them, he dismounted. He knew she was in there. He could feel it, and had given the old dame 2 weeks to settle in before it was clear she was refusing his civility. Harrow mulled over the snub, the ridiculous circumstances he had unwittingly agreed to, and grew mighty aggravated the crone found herself, in her low circumstances, too fine for his company. Gravel crunching underfoot, he stalked towards the heavy portal. 2 loud bangs, and the African servant appeared. Unconcerned with proper admittance, Harrow pushed past, almost tripping over a twitching maid scrubbing the floors. Rail thin, the girl toiled, unblinking eyes trained on the ground, oblivious to the gawking intruder.
"Welcome, Mr. Harrow."
Payne offered a flat greeting.
"I am afraid her ladyship is not in residence to attend you."
"And where exactly would her ladyship be?" Payne stood solid.
"I am ignorant of her present location, sir."
Harrow paced deeper into the manor, inspecting the rooms, surprised to see how well the hovel had been put to order. The great hall's hearth blazed, the room brighter for it, almost inviting, and empty, as if the one it had burned for had vanished in a puff of smoke. Suspicious, he moved towards the only alternate exit, passing through the kitchen, and found nothing. There was no old woman dressed in black, no more servants. At least, not inside the house. Through the window, Harrow found a sturdy workhorse tied to the hitching post, and a scrawny boy working carefully to brush the animal down.
"You, boy,"
Harrow barked, bounding out the door.
"Where is your mistress?"
Startled, pale lips struggling to form the words. She's out."
"Where?"
The boy shook his head, eyes wide as plates. There was something pitifully familiar in the cowering servant. Sizing up the useless sack of bones, eyeballing the boy's new clothing, Harrow flat out laughed.
"Well, if it isn't the wretch from Harding, how on earth did you come by a place here, you little thief?"
Jaws agape, lips opening and closing like a fish, until Hugh stuttered so badly his frantic explanation made no sense. On and on he tried to inarticulately defend himself, until the youth's eyes welled. Payne interceded, just as the boy ran off.
"Would you care to take some tea, Mr. Harrow?"
Thunder boomed. Arabella pressed onward until her mount's flanks foamed. She was so angry, her hands were bloodless, her ears plagued by the sound of Hugh's weeping. For hours she tried to convince the youth he would not be cast off because her guest found fault with him. The child could not bring himself to believe her. All because of one blackguard. At her insistence, Mamiero jumped the gate to land in the courtyard outside Harrow's homestead. Dogs set to barking, nipping at flank and heel before the pack was sent running from a few well-placed kicks once she'd slid from her horse. Uncaring for civility, eager to return the courtesy of Mr. Harrow's earlier visit, Arabella burst into his house. A weathered kitchen maid rushed forward, searching out the cause of all the racket. "Gypsy robbers!" "Silence, woman!" Snarling, Arabella shoved the crone and her insults aside. "Where is your master?" She could hear him, already cursing at the loud disturbance, and followed the braying down a wood-panelled hall. A polished door flung inward, the man himself set to emerge. Arabella seethed the instant he was in her sight. "You have no right frightening my stable boy. Hugh's life has been hard enough without some arrogant bully's abuse. Considering your position, you should be setting the example as a gentleman." One look at her, and arms crossed over Harrow's broad chest. Cold contempt, malevolent challenge replaced Harrow's anger. "And who are you to tell me what I can and cannot do on my own land, imp? You are not mistress here, and when the old woman arrives, I will make it clear just what kind of circus the housekeeper has acquired." Fists clenched, Arabella shrieked, "I am the Baroness, you addled-brained dolt!" She heard the venom of her outburst, immediately cringing for her foolish tongue. Without looking over her shoulder, she knew the old servant had not missed her blunder or the title, already imagining the tales the kitchen maid would tell any who might listen. Mr. Harrow clicked his tongue, smirking at her mortification. "Temper, temper, wee Baroness." After a slow breath, Arabella tried again. "I am well aware you are a man of standing in this province, but you are as blind as you are wicked if you don't see that boy deserves a chance to be more than the beggar the gentry of the countryside take turns kicking." Black eyes began to glow. Mr. Harrow's smile dripped menace. "Look at you, standing there with your fur up like a hissing kitten. Would a cup of tea calm you, your ladyship?" "So you can be civil." If he expected a tantrum, he was going to be sorely disappointed. "Yes, Mr. Harrow, a cup of tea would be divine." Barking towards the startled housemaid, Harrow ordered, "Tea!" The old woman scurried off. In match to Arabella's false civility, Mr. Harrow straightened until his carriage was that of a gentleman, and gestured as if to guide her to a comfortable chair before the fire. "Your cloak, your ladyship." Large hands came out to take the sodden garment before her fingers found the frogs. The simple covering was removed, exposing scarlet hair hanging loose to her waist, the tangled waves doing much to hide the meagre stuff of her dress. Purposefully taking the largest chair for herself, Arabella sat back and smoothed the rough homespun fabric of her skirt as if it were the finest silk. When a dog's shrill whine was followed with instant silence in the yard, she cocked a brow, her words honeyed. "I do believe my horse has just killed one of your mongrels." It was his turn to hide rage, but the angry glint in his eyes displayed enough. Offering a mocking smile, she said, "Perhaps a cup of tea will help calm you." They sat in silence, each staring. She grew sick of his face, Arabella the first to look away. There was no feminine needlepoint in the cluttered space, no sign of any lady of the house. The room itself was masculine to the extreme. Heavy leather furniture, books stacked about in haphazard piles, dusty. The rattle of china, and the nervous old maid appeared with a heavy silver tray. Arabella waved the woman off so she might pour herself, uncaring if such a thing was absolutely against custom. The old woman balked until the master of the house roared, "Begone!" With a quick step, the kitchen maid showed just how spry she could be. Once the door closed and privacy became theirs, Arabella prepared his tea following the request for no adornment of sugar or milk. Handing over cup and saucer, she offered a glorious and completely insincere smile. Preparing her own in the same fashion, she once again settled comfortably back into the soft leather and took a sip of bitter brew. "So, I see your aggression is not just heaped upon solitary women you find in the wilderness and frightened orphans. You also abuse your servants." Arabella smirked and took another sip. "Well, lord of the manor, are you not impressive?" The way Mr. Harrow's lips curved brought a chill to Arabella's bravado. In fact, the longer she sat in his presence, the more she wanted out of it. He didn't answer her mockery. Awkward quietness stretched, both pretending to enjoy refreshment, the sound of the china and the crackling of the fire the only noise in the room. Cup drained, Arabella set it back on the tray, preparing to stand. Harrow interrupted her attempted escape. "Now that you have had your tea, shall we discuss my transgressions?" Settling back, hands folded in her lap, she said, "You were cruel to Hugh." "Your precious stable boy is a thief." "I have seen a man lend money to his drunken neighbour, a man who knew full well that neighbour was being cheated by the diceman." Arabella's point was made. You assured that he would fail, lose his money, and be in debt to you. Now, define thief. "Spying, were you?" Mr. Harrow sprawled, elbow to the armrest, his chin resting upon his palm. "If fools wish to squander their land by taking out loans they cannot afford, and then waste the funds on gambling, that is their choice." "I know vindictiveness when I see it. You wanted your neighbour brought low." "I did." He smiled, prideful. "But even you cannot say I stole from him, nor did I encourage his less savoury habit." "You manipulated him, offered drink." "True, though I never once suggested he gamble." Harrow leaned closer and tutted. "And still, that does not make me a thief. I only gave what he asked for and took what I won. Your stuttering delinquent is a different matter." Gritting her teeth in an effort to keep from grumbling, Arabella admitted, "Nimble fingers are good for tending horses. As for thievery, the boy was starving. I would have stolen under the same circumstances." Harrow purred. "No doubt you would, imp." She should not have come. She should not have believed such a man could be made contrite. All this visit had accomplished was the creation of a major hindrance in her plans. "Your servant will tell the country she served tea to a baroness." Harrow grinned. "I'm certain the tale will be colourful." Drumming her fingers against the stuffed armrest, Arabella sagged. This was what Griggs had wanted, for her to reveal her title to the county, but not in such a stupid manner. She'd just offered herself up to terrible gossip with one slip of the tongue. Harrow saw the woman worry, a line deepening between her brows, so he offered a warning. "When your neighbours come to call, try not to dress like a hellion, or behave like a banshee." "Enough." Arabella stood, grabbed for her cloak, and gave him her back as she fastened the thing. "Should you stupidly think to darken my door again, understand you will be turned away unless you apologize to the boy." A rumble sounded near her ear. "I will do no such thing." Jumping at the feel of breath on her cheek, Arabella found him so close their bodies brushed with her turn. Swallowing, she stepped back. "Then I must admit it will be a very distant acquaintance. Good evening, Mr. Harrow. Thank you for the tea." Harrow's smirk slid soft as velvet across a cruel mouth, the large man countering her sad retreat. "Have I startled you, imp?" Misjudging direction, the edge of a table dug into the back of her thighs, making her look both foolish and desperate when she almost overturned the thing. Freezing at the feel of fingers on her chin, the feather-soft touch infinitely unnerving, Arabella stood meek as Harrow drew her face up for inspection. With the Baroness so alarmed, everything was left open for a man like him to read. Gregory Harrow savoured each flicker of expression, offering a beastly grin as he ever so slowly leaned closer. "If you behave as a savage, you will be treated as one. Take the warning to heart." She couldn't speak, the horrible hanging moment stealing her voice. He gave her a reprieve, Harrow pulling back. But Had he been a wolf, he would have been licking his chops. The villain took her hand, raising her wrist to his lips while offering the final taunt.
"Thank you for calling, your ladyship."
She did not know what possessed her. It all happened so fast, but her hand flew. She struck him with such strength the table rocked behind her, and some small object crashed to the floor. More shocked than he, struggling to calm her breath, Arabella found a devil glaring down as if ready to rip out her throat. Panicked, shoving past before he might see her lip quiver, or the brute might mock her for her tears, she fled. He did not follow. Chapter 4. Squinting from the rare show of sun, Arabella grappled with another monstrous vine eating up the hedgerow. Cursing the foulest language she knew, ignoring thorns that pricked and stung, she set her weight against it and heaved. The long tangle gave way. She tripped, falling flat on her rump, out of breath, but victorious. Tempted to lie back upon the dirt and nurse her sore rear, Arabella rallied instead, tossing the offensive weed over her shoulder, only to catch sight of a black greatcoat flapping amidst the shade of her house. Not 10 paces away, Mr. Harrow leaned against the stone, arms folded over his chest. He did not smile. Not one hint of greeting was offered. He just watched, motionless. How long had he been there? It was hard to tell what mood held him quiet and scowling, his black hair hanging over shadowed eyes. Her expression was far more available. Vexation. It had been only 3 days since her visit to his home, 3 days since she'd ruined her chances at peace in the county by shouting out her title in front of a servant. Catching her hair when the wind made it wild, Arabella pushed it over her shoulder and pointed her gaze towards the stables where Hugh worked, wordlessly reminding Mr. Harrow he was not welcome until he apologized to the boy. When she looked back to see if he'd understood, the shadowy quality of a passing cloud and the mean curl of Harrow's lip made the man look almost amused.
"Boy!"
he bellowed, narrowing his eyes at the pale lad too busy mucking out a stall to have noticed him. Scrambling over, the youth wiped his hands on his apron, trying not to look alarmed. Dismally bored, the landlord dared him to disagree.
"Your mistress would believe that I owe you an apology for my behaviour the last time I visited my property."
A black gaze matched Harrow's sneer.
"Claimed I was cruel in pointing out that the lady had a known thief in her service. Do you agree?"
No, sir," Hugh answered, his eyes trained upon the packed dirt under his feet.
"Ah."
Wicked, Harrow glanced back to the Baroness and found her jaw clenched so tightly her lips were white. He kept his tone conversational.
"But you should know, boy, as a good servant, it is not what you think that matters, but what she thinks. And as a gentleman, I must abide by it. So, you cur, I beg your pardon for my speech in pointing out the truth of your well-known transgressions."
Even with the distance between them, Mr. Harrow could hear the growl in her throat. Leering, he asked,
"There, your ladyship, was that not prettily said?"
Arabella placed a comforting hand on young Hugh's bony shoulder. Be aware that it must have cost Mr. Harrow a fraction of his staggering pride to even admit a hint of wrongdoing. "Thank you, Hugh. You're dismissed." At her word, Hugh dashed back to his chores and left the 2 adversaries in the yard. Folding her expression into derision, Arabella asked, "Tell me, how many days did you pick and choose the words of that warped apology?" The languid way he leant against her house ceased, the man bearing down upon her instead.
"Less than a few seconds, your ladyship. You see,
I have come for the rent. Seeing as I want for refreshment, I was willing to acquiesce to your demand, so I may take my rest and darken your door, which is actually my door." She was almost tempted to laugh. "Then by all means, won't you please come inside?" They entered the manor as if they did not find one another detestable. In the great hall, Arabella found Mary standing too close to the fire. Hurrying forward, physically turning the unblinking maid in the direction of the kitchens, she asked for tea. Mary obeyed, an automaton with a scorched skirt. Preparing to defend her maid's behaviour, Arabella turned, but found the portrait of the blonde beauty hung above the mantel was all that held Mr. Harrow's attention. He was as engrossed with the painting as Mary had been with the fire. "I found her in the study. She is beautiful." Turning from the hearth, Mr. Harrow took a seat. "So I was told. She was also miserably bitter in life." Pleased the man had not removed his greatcoat, Arabella took it as a sign he did not intend to linger. From a nearby writing table, the prepared banknotes were collected and handed over. "I will take a glass of wine." She didn't flinch at his demand, only stiffened. "As you will." After pouring 2 measures of red, she took the chair across from him. "Next month I will have the rent delivered and save you the trouble of calling." "I prefer to collect from my tenants in person." Sipping her goblet, Arabella countered, "Then Payne, or Mrs. Magdala, will attend you." "You shall attend me." Not at all happy, he thought to command her, Arabella warned, "Mr. Harrow, I seldom linger waiting for callers. Do not anticipate my presence." "Why is that, imp? Do you prefer running wild, climbing stones, and looming over strangers?" he teased, his mood so changeful it made her scowl at his sudden, broad grin. Disinterested in speaking further, Arabella fidgeted with her sleeve, oblivious the white of her chemise grew stained with small blooming marks of blood. "I prefer it to strangers looming over me." Glass set aside, Harrow stood, imposing and proud before her. An instant later he made a mockery of a genteel gesture, lowering to a knee in a bow. He'd been so swift, Arabella had no room to stand or chance to move away. Her only defence was to press his shoulder so he might not lean nearer. "Step back and take your seat." "Do you wish to strike me again?" Indulged obsidian eyes glimmered. "Shall I explain what will happen if you do?" Determined to hold her ground, to not shrink further into the softness of her leather chair, she answered, "You will strike me in return." He said nothing, only stared, letting her discover he moved where he willed when he willed it. Again she pushed his shoulder, her elbow locked. He moved slowly, caught her wrist, and made her move her hand. His skin wasn't soft like a London man's, and though he was large, he didn't squeeze with his calloused paws as she imagined he could. Instead, a warm thumb circled her palm, leaving a track of tingling skin that stung so powerfully Arabella's fingers curled, her nails digging little moon-shaped bites into his skin. "There is no reason to claw me." He was bored again, tugging up Arabella's drooping sleeve to expose the cause of her bleeding. "You there, Mrs. Magdala." Harrow turned his head towards the housekeeper spying from the hall. "Fetch a bowl of freshly boiled water and a bottle of vinegar." Magdala obeyed, leaving Arabella in the hands of the brute who poked and prodded as he picked at the black tip of a burrowed spike. "Devil's Thorn carries its name for a reason. You will make yourself ill if you do not properly clean these wounds." Condescension seemed to be his specialty in tone and in look. "For a wild imp who recklessly runs about the moors, you are foolish for not learning what to avoid, grabbing at thorns with your bare hands like a simpleton." "Do not speak to me as if I were a child," Arabella muttered, working to tug her arm free. A few stinging scrapes are nothing. He ignored her, gripping her hand with the strength she lacked. You are acting like one, hiding in your house, behaving like a she-wolf, and abusing the man who is trying to assist you. I do not need your help. With his lips drawn back, Harrow leaned right up in her face and snarled. Do you not see that several thorns have broken off under your skin? Hold still, or they will be driven deeper. He roughly yanked her arm straight, tugging up the drooping sleeve of her chemise until the old fabric tore. Before Arabella might begin to claw, screech and bite, she saw he was right. Up and down her arm, deeper cuts sluggishly bled, and they stung. Now that they had her attention, they stung horribly. Magdala returned, kneeling at his side to dip a fresh strip of linen in steaming water, while the man picked protruding edges of poisonous matter from her lady's arm. Relax, my lady. The gentleman is only trying to help you. Gentleman. Magdala, do not absolve his bad behaviour by believing it is the product of my tongue. Arabella curled a lip at her would-be doctor. Perhaps you should enlighten her to the truth, Mr. Harrow. He had the gall to look smug as he dug out a particularly embedded needle-sharp barb. Mrs. Magdala, my temperament is nefarious. It is also true that when your lady speaks, I long to wrap my hands around her throat. She would do well to stay silent. Arabella burst out laughing, causing him to cluck when her arm moved, and he lost the final thorn. I do believe you've lost your only supporter in this household, Mr. Harrow. Now she will see past your handsome face and false manners. He looked up, black eyes pools of spilled ink, but there was something behind his gaze, something troubling. Arabella grew uncomfortable. She remained motionless, her arm in his grip, silent, as Magdala swabbed the last of the blood before vinegar was splashed on her skin to sanitize the open wounds. Caught in those pitch eyes, Arabella gave no hiss of pain. The sting was gone. Is that not better? A voice rich and deep asked. Looking down at the trailing scratches, Arabella let out a hum. Are you not going to thank me? At the sound of his conceit, she was herself again. For your cleverness in offering boiled water and vinegar to clean simple wounds, and for your determination to pick out little bits of bracken personally, I will say, it is your own fault this happened. Had you prepared the property as a respectable landlord should, I would not have been tangling with thorny vines. Had you done your duty, all would be well. Pink lips curved into a beautiful smile, Arabella asking in a mock gentle voice, There, was that not prettily said? Leaning back on his heels, Mr. Harrow chuckled. Very prettily said. And though you are wild, unkempt, and dressed like a beggar, I find you handsome as well, silver-tongued imp. A furious blush came to her cheeks. Take your payment and go. The man rose to his feet. Arabella followed suit, stalking towards the stairs without a cursory goodbye. When the sound of her steps echoed above, black eyes peered down at the well-groomed housekeeper gathering spoiled linen, noting that the servant's dress was of finer stuff than the Baroness's. With a parody of a smile, he asked, Will she come down before nightfall, pray? Magdala, her air righteous and stiff, explained, Though I appreciate your help tending my ladyship, it would be best if you leave her in peace to recover. He sneered again, indifferent in hiding his ill-humour. Now that the thorns have been removed, her wounds will only sting. She will be fine by morning. The way the woman looked at him, as if he were the stupidest man she had ever looked upon, made his eyes narrow. Unsmiling, the thin-lipped woman ignored his scrutiny, stood tall, and spoke in a heavy accent. Would you care for more wine before you make your way, sir? Chapter 5. Sporadic summer storms rolled over the moors. They lingered, sequestering crescent barrows above the fog-soaked heath below. Despite the damp, it was warm, the oozing warmth of almost too thick air. Arabella found herself nothing but grateful for the uncomfortable weather. Rain delivered reprieve from potential neighbourhood visitors, and what must have grown to be fantastic gossip about the shrieking Baroness who shoved servants and berated gentlemen. There had been no callers, not even Mr. Harrow dropping by to plague her, but she should have known better. An invasion began before the weather cleared. Uninvited workers arrived and began to rip the devil's thorn from her courtyard. The task of tidying the undergrowth took 2 days. 2 days where Arabella was trapped inside, unable to ride out on Mamioro without being seen. Confinement left long hours by the fire dedicated to brooding. Eventually, pensive deliberation turned to anger. She could not chase the hired men off, nor could her household, not after the temper she'd shown at Harrow's home. The consequences of her outburst had left Arabella with only 2 options. She could find another dark corner of England to hide in, or stand her ground and face the reason she woke, panicked, in the dark. If she stayed, William Dalton would find her. If she did not prepare for him, he would kill her, with none the wiser. Where would that leave Payne? What effect would her death have on Magdala? Who else would hire Mary, mute as she was? And Hugh, he would be back begging on the streets. Glaring at the painting over the fire, staring at the woman as if the relic understood her dilemma, yet offered no help, Arabella scowled. Mr. Harrow had claimed the beauty in the portrait had lived in bitterness. The sensation was one the Baroness knew too well. Like the lady atop her hearth, there had been a time she had also lived confined in gowns and curls. There had been another life before the death of her husband. Mr. Griggs wanted her to relive the noble life that had ruined her, that had rotted out the remnants of innocence growing up in poverty had yet to claim. He wanted her to be Baroness Iliffe, and wear the title as if it wasn't saturated in unclean things. Arabella felt bitter indeed. Aware she was troubled, having waited for his friend to name the reason, Payne had lingered near, hour after hour. Sitting across from her, smoking his pipe, his presence gave her comfort, while strange men milled about outside. His quietness partnered hers, but 2 days of sulking was long enough. Payne could not allow her mood to continue. "Speak with me." Arabella ceased chewing her torn nail, dropping a dirty hand to her lap. "I made a mistake, Payne. I ruined everything." Payne did not answer. Instead, he leaned forward and took her fingers, his skin so dark, her tawny fingers looked pale beside it. The warmth of his touch, his steadiness and enduring calm, lulled her to confess. "In a temper, I blurted out my title. Mr. Harrow's servant overheard. Rumour must be spreading." She shook her head, her voice frustrated and anxiety-ridden. "If we were to stay, things will change." His offering was a balm. "I spoke with Solicitor Griggs upon arrival to Crescent Barrow. He entreated me to persuade you toward his plan. Over these weeks I have considered his arguments, your position. Hearing you admit you wish to stay makes me certain. It is time we do more than run." "Payne, Mr. Griggs believes that if I were to step out into society, it would protect us. That I've been forgotten by the ton, grown uninteresting, and that my reappearance will offer some new excitement. But he forgets I have no influential friends. I have no great wealth to hide behind. William Dalton is looking for me, and will find a way to remove my dower and the shame of my association from the Iliffe barony he now controls.
Then is this not a good place to stand your ground? The society is limited. Compared to London, we are in the wastes. It may take time for the word of your location to reach Lord Dalton.
Payne entreated, aging eyes gentle.
In the meantime, the local gentry can meet and know the Baroness of Iliffe.
The thought of facing all those people, of forcing smiles and chatting with strangers, brought a sour taste to her mouth. These people, they will find out what I am. Dropping her fingers, Payne placed a careful touch to her cheek, giving her the affection he saved for their private moments.
You are not a Romany dancing girl any more.
No, I am the gypsy whore once ridiculed by the ton. In an age-worn baritone, Payne repeated his point.
Benjamin Iliffe is dead, and cannot shame you for faults you do not possess. That was his game.
That had not been her dead husband's only game. Eyes large, breath unsteady, Arabella whispered, "But you saved me."
"I would do anything for you."
Knowing this was best, Payne lifted his mass from creaking knees. Still large, still a giant among men, no matter his advancing years.
"Now, I will go to Magdala and explain the new situation."
Arabella shook her head. I should be the one. She would find it odd coming from a servant. Payne, wiser, disagreed.
"She knows I am no servant."
Of course she did. Magdala knew far more than she let on. "You look lovely with your hair in fashion, my lady," Magdala cooed, pulling the tongs away so another wall might be pinned into place. In the looking-glass, the Baroness found herself unsettled by this new reflection. Powder had been applied to dim her golden skin nearer society's pale ideal. Rouge pinkened lips and cheeks. Fluffed at her temples, curls framed her face, the reminder of the usually wild hair coiled tightly atop her head. For select soirees, Baron Iliffe had enjoyed dressing her like a doll, careful that any cuts or bruises would be hidden. She had not been allowed to speak, or move, or think, and always there had been a mistake, real or imagined, he'd cruelly punished her for afterward. Looking at her reflection, wrapped in finery, she could almost hear him laughing. "My lady?" Under the light powdering, Arabella had gone white. "I do not recognize myself. You've done well. Thank you, Magdala." The housekeeper's lips twitched, her veined hands fitting an arched silver comb into the tight coiffure. "There will be ladies near your age. I have seen several in town." A heavily embroidered gold Indian silk wrap was placed around her lady's arms. "You might make a friend." "You are my friend." "Do not be so silly." Serious, Magdala pressed a fan to Arabella's gloved fingers. "These are simple people, with little society, quite separated from the rest of the country. Give them a chance to be dazzled by your title." Pressing a kiss to Magdala's thin cheek, Arabella swept past the startled housemaid, eager to get it over with. Compared to riding Mamioro, travelling by coach, even with a team of 4 horses, was a painfully slow journey. Over the time it took Payne to convey his cargo to town, Arabella grew listless, bored of the soft velvet seat and stiff posture her attire forced her to maintain. It was almost a relief when the carriage rolled to a halt and Harding's assembly rooms waited outside. The air outside the small hall was full of lively music, not the sedate politeness Arabella had witnessed from society parties in the early days of her marriage. There was even the sound of laughter, a thing always stifled in the best London circles. Hugh, doing his best to perform flawlessly, stood rigid in his new livery, having placed the step so the lady might emerge. She climbed from the carriage. Servants in powdered wigs parted the assembly room's doors, and before her nerves might ruin the moment, Arabella walked up the steps and into a new world. The crowded public assembly was embraced by many ranks, wealthier tradespeople, a few splendidly dressed officers, and landed gentry all in attendance, each level of social strata keeping to their respective place, careful of intermingling. It was unusual, irredeemably country, and looked far more pleasant than any London party Arabella could remember attending. For one, not a soul glared at her. Instead, those who noticed the newcomer's quiet entrance looked intrigued. If the public found her odd colouring unsettling, it was hidden behind the fact her manner of dress and title demanded certain courtesy, and, as she was the highest-ranked woman in attendance, no one dared to approach. Mammas measured her, young girls stared openly at such finery, and the men, even they glanced so long as decency would allow. Arabella attempted to appear aloof to the scrutiny, but something came over the air. Arabella's practised expression faltered, and for a brief moment she would have sworn her husband, the man who haunted her dreams, was whispering at her side that she'd been bad. Near to ruining her composure, Arabella threw a glance over her shoulder. If she could just force herself to recognize that Benjamin Iliffe was long dead, that he was not watching her, and that his voice wasn't real, everything would be fine. But there was a different man lurking in her shadow. Mr. Harrow had entered, a head taller than all around him, his fine clothes and stark white cravat doing little to diminish his diabolic nature. With the distance between them, Arabella did not know what he said, but the fullness of his lips moved, and the crowd parted, the self-indulgent devil materializing completely. Coming to a stop before her, he bowed gracefully, silently laughing at her proper clothing. "Lady Iliffe." "Mr. Harrow?" She offered the smallest of condescending nods. Whispering low to prevent the nearest from overhearing, he teased, "Now, where is the savage imp? There is no dirt smeared on your cheek. If I did not know that fiery expression, I would think you were someone else entirely." Arabella smiled, all teeth and flowery threat. "Shouldn't you be at the public house, chewing on the bones of your people?" He laughed, looking her over. "And miss your debut?" Slowly palming her fan, Arabella ground her teeth. Gregory Harrow was enjoying this too much. "Do not sulk. If you are going to play a proper lady, then you must maintain an impassive expression at all times." The Baroness sneered. "Any other advice you wish to impart, Mr. Harrow?" Black eyes sparkled. Gregory satisfied. "Do my words offend you? Shall I flatter the imp instead?" "Oh, please do." Arabella's smile dared him to utter another word. Words poured out, low and soft, making the praise disturbing. "You flush very prettily when your feathers are ruffled." Rouged lips parted, Arabella prepared a scathing reply, but before she could speak, a round woman dressed in green burst forward. "Good evening, Mr. Harrow."
"Mrs. Jenkins, it is a pleasure as always."
Narrowing his eyes at the interruption, Harrow turned towards the smiling matron and performed as expected.
"Allow me to present Lady Iliffe."
Delighted, Mrs. Jenkins began to talk all the faster. "Welcome to our humble assembly, your ladyship." Happy to see Mr. Harrow's jaw tick, Arabella smiled beautifully and curtsied, encouraging the woman to stay. "It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mrs. Jenkins." The dame couldn't have been more pleased. "You must meet my son and daughters." Harrow muttered under his breath.
"Yes, by all means, Mrs. Jenkins, call over your brood."
The woman was either oblivious to the man's rudeness, or simply did not care that she had earned Mr. Harrow's disdain. She waved for her children to join her, and the 3 Jenkins siblings stepped forward. The eldest, Mr. Edmund Jenkins, mirrored his mother's good-natured expression and pale hair. Behind him, a lovely pair of sisters, dressed in satin ribbons and the pure white muslin of marriageable ladies, curtsied. The elder of the 2 possessed the ethereal beauty that was much in fashion. Light brown hair curled delicately round an angel's face. Lily was lovely, and from her haughty expression, well aware of the fact. The younger, Lizzie, smiled with such honest charm, it was impossible not to smile back. Where Arabella was reserved, it seemed Mrs. Jenkins had a gift for creating conversation where there was none. "It is such a pity you arrived after supper, your ladyship, for you missed half the dancing. When this set ends, shall I ask the master of ceremonies to call your favourite?" "That is very kind of you," Arabella replied far too quickly. Trying to amend her outburst, she leaned closer, ignoring the looming dark-haired male's snicker, and added, "But I do not intend to dance this evening." "That is a shame." The woman glanced at her handsome son, as if he might persuade her.
"You will learn, Mrs. Jenkins,"
Mr. Harrow interjected,
"that Lady Iliffe does things in her own time."
Arching an eyebrow, Arabella glanced at the lurking annoyance and said nothing. "Is that not a lady's prerogative?" Edmund offered, smiling and charming. "And you, Mr. Harrow?" Mrs. Jenkins turned to the scowling man. "It is seldom that we gain your presence at such an event. Do you intend to dance this evening?" "I'm certain he does," Arabella interjected, impish. "Mr. Harrow is far too much a gentleman to refuse 2 such lovely ladies." It was Lily whose wide hazel eyes hinted longing. Seeing her so, Arabella wished she had kept her mouth shut. Uneasy, Mr. Harrow might hurt the girl's feelings. Instead of the cutting remarks he always flung at her, the man bowed with a deceptively inviting smile and offered an arm towards the young woman. How strange it was to watch him play the wolf in sheep's clothing. How beguiled the crowd for not recognizing the devil in their midst. Or did they? The assembly continuously shifted around him so as not to hinder his path in unaffected submission. The fair-haired gentleman at her side requested Arabella's attention. "How do you enjoy the county, your ladyship?" Her answer was sincere. "The moors are breathtaking." "But a wild place," Mr. Jenkins said. "Many who come from town find the solitude too much for their taste. Most choose not to linger." Emerald eyes darted towards the younger sister. "Do you enjoy taking the air, Miss Lizzie?" "Edmund escorts me on a walk daily." The young woman nodded toward her brother. "Though we hardly leave the grounds of Stonewall Grove." "Stonewall Grove?" Arabella asked. "Are we near neighbours?" It was the brother who answered. "We are just 6 miles off from Crescent Barrows, near the township of Harding, your ladyship." "And how excited we were to hear Crescent Barrows had a new tenant," Lizzie exclaimed. "It has stood empty for years." "I cannot say I am surprised. Not with the aggravating landlord and the sorry state of the property." Mistaking Arabella's meaning, Lizzie leaned closer, whispering, "So are you not afraid of the ghosts?" "I wasn't aware I lived with any." The Baroness could not help but laugh. Seeing the girl blush, she amended, "But you've captured my attention. Tell me more." "Well," Lizzie wavered, looking as if she felt foolish, "the White Woman is said to haunt your grounds." Edmund sought to soften the legend by quickly adding, "It is merely the tale local mothers tell to frighten youngsters into behaving." Giggling, Lizzie added, "She wanders the moors, snatching naughty children away in the night." "I have not met her," Arabella smiled. "The only fright I've had at Crescent Barrows was finding nothing but sermons and spiders in the library." Lizzie came alight. "If you have a love for books, then you must come to Stonewall Grove. My father's library was his pride. Oh, do say you will come, Lady Iliffe." Arabella hesitated, unsure what to say. Before her pause might offend, the Baroness offered, "I will call Thursday, if it would be no trouble to your mother." Mrs. Jenkins had remained silent while her children wooed the Baroness, but instantly crowed, "You are very welcome to Stonewall Grove, Lady Iliffe." A squeal came from Lizzie, the girl snatching Arabella's hand. "What fun we will have!" Glancing over flaming red hair, the youngest Jenkins grinned. "Edmund, will it not be great fun?" He smiled with a brother's affection. "Try not to crush Lady Iliffe's fingers." Waving off his teasing, Lizzie began to speak about her new favourite book. Like her mother, she had a gift for talk, making the conversation one that required very few replies from Arabella. Everything was going well. The Baroness grew marginally comfortable, until an unknown hand came to her elbow. She startled. "You must be tired of this press." Mr. Jenkins could see he'd surprised her, withdrawing his touch. "Shall I find you a seat, or wine?" A thought struck him. "Do you care for cards, your ladyship?" Arabella nodded, swallowing. "Indeed, I do care for cards." It was a gentle offer, unassuming and simple. "Come, allow me to escort you to the gaming tables." Looking down at the proffered elbow, she knew her disinclination was foolish, especially considering the gentleman with his golden curls and blue eyes had been so obliging. Edmund and his family had been kind thus far. Her duty was to return that kindness, yet it took Arabella a considerable amount of effort to set her gloved hand to his elbow. If he'd noticed her reluctance, Edmund did not show it. Like the ballroom, the area set aside for cards was crowded. It was peculiar, the magic of perceived rank amongst those who had yet to learn how infamous she truly was. A table was immediately cleared for her use. The Baroness took a seat, Mrs. Jenkins across from her. Before a soul could object, Mr. Harrow materialized, Lily on his arm, and took the chair at Arabella's side. Lily stole quickly across and sat to partner him in the game. The two interlopers had been so slippery that Edmund and Lizzie were obliged to spectate, the younger sister scowling at Lily for pushing past her. The cards were shuffled, a game of whist decided upon. After a childhood spent tricking Englishmen out of money, Arabella let herself enjoy the moment. Her pleasure only grew as it dawned on her that gambling seemed a sport at which Mr. Harrow held himself in high regard, and that round by round she was absolutely decimating the snidely smirking man. Mrs. Jenkins initiated customary small talk. "What brought you to our county, your ladyship?" Arabella organised the cards in her hand, keeping her focus on the game. "I have a deep fondness for the wilderness." "And Crescent Barrows, do you not find such a distant dwelling lonely?" It seemed an inappropriate question, considering the man who owned the building was at their table, but Arabella was more than happy to answer. "I greatly appreciate the solitude." Mrs. Jenkins' well-meant motherly chiding continued. "You are far too young to say such things." No, she wasn't. Chilled wine was brought to the table with such flawless timing, Arabella had an excuse to hold her tongue. Once all had sipped their glasses, and the game progressed, Arabella turned to the delicately pretty Lily and asked, "Do you ride, Miss Jenkins?" "No, Lady Iliffe." A snide frown marked Lily's disapproval of such things. "Riding about the moors is no place for a young lady. I keep to the drawing-room." She looked to Arabella's tawny skin. "Out of the sun, and near my pianoforte." "I have heard you are a skilled musician, Miss Jenkins." The compliment was Mr. Harrow's. Blushing, Lily batted her eyes, coyly glancing back to her cards. "I'm sure my talents have been exaggerated." Whatever the beauty's skill at music, she did not possess the same at the card table. Arabella won the round. "And Miss Lizzie, does she play as well?" Mrs. Jenkins answered, interrupting her eldest daughter before she could speak. "Lizzie sings beautifully." Arabella smiled. "Your daughters must be very accomplished, Mrs. Jenkins." The older woman glowed at the praise, set down the final card in the set, and won the round for the Baroness. Snickering at their victory, Arabella began to shuffle for the next hand, showing great dexterity and precision in her manipulation of the cards to those with a keen eye, especially the irritating landlord, whose money she was more than happy to take. More coin was put down as the betting progressed, but Lily stole Arabella's triumph with a few thinly veiled words. "You're so young to be a widow alone in the country." All in hearing distance went silent, ears pricked for gossip. Looking the girl dead in the eye, the Baroness, her phrase delivered softly, warned the topic was an unwelcome one. "I was 15 when I married." "How shockingly young!" Lily arranged her cards, pretending she was sweet, that she didn't mean to suggest the noble in their midst had married for wealth. "But of course your parents must have been thrilled and only too willing to see you wed. Tell me of your gown." Arabella took in the profile of her subtle persecutor and told the truth. "White muslin, the finest gown I had ever worn. A gift that had been too large and smelled of another woman's perfume. She tried not to trip over the dragging skirt on the walk down the aisle. All those years ago, for a moment, seeing the way Iliffe had looked at her, she'd even felt pretty. All that was ruined once the vows were spoken. Benjamin Iliffe had ordered the clergyman, her father, and his drunken witnesses from the small chapel. He had bent her over the altar, Arabella too confused to realize what he was doing, before the man who had just taken her as his wife shoved his cock inside her unprepared body. When it was over, she had been paraded outside, blood staining that fine dress. Benjamin's friends, her father, had only laughed at the red smears and the shock on her face. Compared to what followed, That first time, her husband had been almost gentle. "It's your turn, my lady." Bored, Gregory cocked a brow at the Baroness. She'd frozen, found herself gripping her cards so hard they bent. Blinking, she took a breath, let it out, and set down her winning hand. "Now, Miss Lily, Mr. Harrow, I do believe you owe me 3 pennies each." After sliding the winnings over, Mr. Harrow excused himself, chuckling, as he walked away. Edmund took the vacant seat, and conversation turned to safer topics of the weather and harvest. Where Miss Lily was abrasive, her brother Edmund was sweet. He behaved as a gentleman, entertaining the table with mild gossip, until even Arabella giggled at his stories of renegade cows. The fair-haired young man, in his green cutaway and perfectly arranged white cravat, was kind to her. It took him time, but the man coaxed Arabella to smile. "What a pleasure it is to have you amongst us, Lady Iliffe." She tried to make light of her sombre silences. "I am not giving you back your pennies, Mr. Jenkins." Laughing at the jest, Edmund accepted defeat and offered to see her to her carriage. When Arabella took his arm the second time, she did not hesitate. Many congregated near the door of the card-room, the guests having multiplied, all trying furtively to catch a glimpse of the titled newcomer within. Mr. Jenkins, as if anticipating the mob, created a path, navigating them toward the door. He got her through it, and a rush of cool air met her flushed cheeks. Pain had already brought her carriage around. He knew her so well. "It must have been difficult," Mr. Jenkins offered in a hushed voice, "to face such a thing alone." Though her heart raced, and she was eager to be gone, Arabella made herself mirror Edmund's courtesy. "I am not comfortable with crowds or strangers. It was kind of you to lead me out." A dimpled smile accompanied his bow. "Then my family and I are doubly grateful. You graced us with your company, Lady Iliffe." Arabella allowed Mr. Jenkins to hand her into the carriage. The door closed, and the contraption began to move, Payne urging the horses forward to take her home. The solitude and dark were immensely comforting, as was the vast view of dark moors and endless nothingness once they passed from the township. Out there was freedom. Out there, Arabella could fade away, just like the white woman Lizzie had described. It was not even difficult to imagine such a figure wandering, ghostly, pale fabric of a gown floating on the wind behind her. How beautiful such autonomy would be. The daydream was interrupted by the slowing of her carriage, Arabella aware they were miles yet from her home. "Payne?" The coach door opened. Mr. Harrow, standing arrogant and unsmiling in the dark. "My horse has thrown a shoe." If Payne found the situation harmless enough to stop, then there was nothing she could do. Arabella gestured towards the seat across from her. The unwanted passenger climbed in, and the sudden start of the carriage left Arabella frowning at the sound of the 5th horse's hooves. From the cadence, Arabella could hear Harrow had lied. "There is nothing wrong with your horse. What do you want?" Harrow flashed a dangerous smile. "My 3 pennies back. You cheated at whist." She could not help but lift her chin. "So did you, just not with the same skill as I." His expression was lost in the dark, but just enough moonlight shined between them that Arabella could see Mr. Harrow's attention was fixed on her. "What a stir you created tonight, all that finery, scandalous conversation." Undeterred by her dismissive attitude, he leant further back in his seat, settling comfortably and spreading his legs to take up all the space. "You made fine work of the Jenkins family." Arabella drew down her brows tight, not at all liking what he implied. "You dislike them?" The slow spreading grin of a wolf, and the man snorted. "Do you like them?" "They were pleasant and obliging." "You are aware that the majority of their interest in you is based solely on your station and assumed fortune, Baroness?" She was aware. "Is there a point to this meaningless conversation?" "Speech between us has never been meaningless, imp." Narrowing her eyes, she growled, "Try inconsequential, then." Harrow leaned forward, the entirety of his expression revealed. "Have I not acted generously?" "Generously?" She spoke the words with disgust. Delighted by her indignant expression, he picked a piece of lint from his pantaloons. "I hired a team of men to remove the devil's thorn around your maiden's tower." A stifled sound caught in her throat. "You knew I would be unhappy to have strange men descending upon my house without warning. I could not step outside for days." The grin he gave her, the way his gaze seemed to eat her up, it made her squeeze her eyes closed and press her fingers to her temples. Unaware he'd scooted nearer, she yipped, feeling unwelcome hands burrow into her hair. He pulled just enough pins so her coiffure slipped, Magdala's carefully arranged knots tumbling down. It was so sudden, so quickly done, that before she could protest, Mr. Harrow was already situated back on his seat. "There. Is that not better?" The tension was gone from her scalp, but her heart was pounding in her ears. He grunted, as if displeased before she could splutter out whatever scathing reply her stumbling brain fought to piece together. "You have cut your hair." Arabella choked on words, touching the fresh short curls Magdala had sheared to frame her face. This is ladies' fashion." A leer. That's all Arabella saw in the small sliver of moonlight before Mr. Harrow spoke. "Are you going to pretend to be affronted that I let down your curls?" The way he watched her, those deep, all-seeing eyes, grew curious. "Perhaps now you will be less of a vitriolic bore and converse pleasantly." One insult, and her shoulders grew straight. "Do not play the wounded imp. Every time I've seen you, you are running wild with your hair loose and your feet bare." He displayed the stolen hairpins in his hands, offering them back to her. She wanted to grow claws and let him feel their sting. "I do not like being touched." "I am aware." He snorted under his breath, rubbing his cheek in remembrance of her slap. Chin lowering to his chest, he held her gaze and just observed. "But did it not lessen the ache?" Fuming, fists clenched, Arabella glared at the devil. He was playing with her, goading her for a reaction. "What is it that you want? Why are you in my carriage?" Flourishing his fingers, Mr. Harrow brought his palm to his chin and stated, with raised brows, "To speak with you." Trying to control herself, Arabella took up the tumbled length of her hair and began to twist the mess. "Speak, then." Mr. Harrow looked at her, taking in the sculpted lips that hardly ever smiled, the high cheekbones, the deep gold of her skin, and unlikely upturned grass-shaded eyes. "Hold out your hand." Her body bent out of the light. "No." "Coward." "Bastard." When Lucifer's beauty twisted into an expression of outright vehemence, Arabella could not help but cock a questioning brow. Understanding bloomed. He was a bastard. Regarding the man whose eyes had tightened to slits, she felt her own agitation lessen as his grew. She had accidentally beaten him at his own game. A guttural breath, and Mr. Harrow demanded, "Who spoke such a tale to you?" Despite his rage, Arabella felt oddly calm. "Not a soul. The term simply suited your character." "Is that so?" He leaned closer to the woman, holding out the hairpins. When she made no move to take them, he grabbed a stiff arm off her lap and turned her fist towards the ceiling. Prying her fingers open, he pushed the hairpins into her grasp, closing her fist around the small metal pins. When he let her go, Arabella felt her hand fall to her lap like a weight of lead. "Is that why you ruined that man over dice?" "He ruined himself. I only had to wait and revel in the years of his demise." From his tone alone, Arabella understood whatever Mr. Harrow had done had been far worse than stripping that man of his money. "What did you do to him?" A vicious smile paired nicely with his vehemence. "I secured his land in payment for his substantial debts, all of which I acquired legally, and drove him off of it." She breathed the question. "Why?" "Because I am a bastard. It's a station in life that leads one towards more interesting methods to get what one wants." "You strike me as a man who could have everything and would still be unsatisfied," Arabella said, her voice flat. "Have you found joy in your petty revenges?" A broad smile accompanied the affirmation. "A deep, abiding satisfaction." Arabella dismissed him, and her eyes travelled back to the window. "No need to play coy, imp." The mass of his body shifted closer, making sure he had complete access to her expression. "Did you not feel gratified at the death of your late husband?" "No." Her voice felt distant, as if she were stepping away from herself, back into the imaginings of the ghostly white woman. With the moonlight on her face, Harry could see her fine features settled calmly, yet he knew a lie when he saw one. "Then how did you feel when the man whose mention made you publicly cringe perished?" "I felt terrified I would wake up and find him watching me in the dark, laughing." Once spoken, Arabella wished with all her being she had not voiced such a thing aloud. Harrow settled into his seat. "The dead do not come back." Chapter 6. Racing forward on Mamioro, laughing as her mount outpaced the two riders in her wake, Arabella turned to find Edmund Jenkins sullen in the chase. She slowed her beast. "You mustn't ride so recklessly, your ladyship." Once his charger caught pace, Edmund added, "It is dangerous." Arabella snorted. If only he knew how she would be riding if alone. As if in agreement, Mamioro clenched a flank, chaffing at the uncomfortable side saddle. Coming up on her far slower pony, Lizzie smiled, so very happy. "Do be quiet, Edmund. Lady Iliffe is grand on horseback." Arabella dipped her chin. "Thank you, Miss Lizzie." She glanced at their escort and offered reassurance to the troubled older brother. "Perhaps we should return." Edmund, running a hand over the wind-blown hair, looked to the glowing redhead and changed his expression to one of contrition. "Yes, I do believe our mother will be expecting us shortly." Stonewall Grove was an impressive estate, far finer than Crescent Barrows. It boasted a large staff to see to its keeping. There were gardens and orchards, beautiful old trees, and multitudes of flowers. Yet it lacked the wild grandeur of the surrounding country, acting as an oasis of civility, necessary for the timid things that lived there. There was no question. Arabella preferred her dreary old stones to the light-drenched rooms and artfully arranged furniture. Their ride marked her second visit in the month of June. Unlike her first call, she had not arrived by carriage. She trotted up dressed in a deep green riding habit, proud on her mount. Mrs. Jenkins had been wide-eyed, her son stoic and confused, Lily disgusted, and Lizzie absolutely envious. Their mixed expressions at finding her atop a great black beast with no groom in attendance were laughable. Ladies did not ride alone, and they certainly did not ride a horse that the family's stable boy had been reasonably frightened to tend. Still, Arabella had had her way. 2 of the Jenkins siblings had joined her, and now the pleasant outing had come to an end. Trio dismounting, they entered the manor. A maid unpinned the fashionable top hat from Arabella's curls and buttoned up the side of her skirt, preparing her for the more mundane exercise of British ladies, pointless lounging. Moving towards the sitting room and out of view of the servants, Edmund gently admonished the wayward Baroness. "Your ladyship, you are flushed from the wildness of the ride. It's not healthy for your delicate constitution to race about." Lizzie teased, following him into the parlour. "Come now, Edmund, don't be cross because she keeps a better seat than you do." Oblivious to the new member of the party, all 3 spoke freely, until a deep timbre rang out, dreadfully indifferent. "I have it on good authority that the Lady Iliffe keeps a better seat than even I do." Mr. Harrow was there. In the sun-drenched room with its carved white panelling, silk settees, and fine plush chairs, he lounged like a panther on the divan nearest the highly polished pianoforte. Something about her landlord's tone brought a biting smirk to her lips. True, a far better seat. They did not properly greet one another, only stared, Arabella weighing why he would be there after having claimed to dislike the family. Mr. Harrow allowing his disgust at finding her amongst the Jenkins household to show in the sneer of his lip. The lovely Lily, sitting with the air of a queen at her instrument, broke the silence. The notes of a particularly demanding piece halting any chance conversation might progress between the 2 scowling guests. Tugging the Baroness over to the damask-striped window-seat, Lizzie whispered in her ear, "Come, let us leave Lily to her music before her glares turn us to stone." When they were almost to the sunny alcove, Lizzie gossiped in a hushed whisper, "After all, Mr. Harrow has come to call again, and she is determined to have him for a husband." As if it was the funniest jest, the youngest Jenkins fell back upon the seat, racked with laughter that spoiled her sister's performance. Arabella did not find it so funny, cutting her gaze towards the potential couple. Lily was the local beauty, and Mr. Harrow, who by all accounts possessed a great deal of land, was rich and handsome, despite his acerbic character and less savoury background. Taking a measure of her brooding landlord, Arabella saw how fine his clothes were today, knew the tall collar of his russet cutaway, and the high shine of the boots encasing tan pantaloons had been chosen for a purpose. Mr. Harrow had dressed himself, looking to impress. But there was something in his eyes as he watched the songstress, a cold indifference Arabella recognized. Mr. Harrow had no esteem for the beautiful woman doing her best to flaunt her skills and earn his regard. Instead, he wanted something, and it was no doubt something unscrupulous. Concern weighing her brow, Arabella found familiar black eyes had glanced her way. He even presumed to smirk. She wanted to shout at him, to approach and demand he leave the girl alone, to force him to reveal whatever despicable plot he was up to. Instead, she took a seat and turned her nose away. Lizzie came to sit at her side, reading aloud from a book of fairy stories she adored. All the while, Arabella felt the weight of Gregory's unwelcome glower boring into her back, daring her to turn toward him, to speak up. Caught up in her needlepoint, Mrs. Jenkins was oblivious to anything but her youngest's competent attempts to engage the noblewoman, and her eldest daughter's success in drawing Mr. Harrow to their parlour twice. Proud, she smiled to herself, unaware of just how ill-suited the pair of interlopers were for her children. Lily's song ended with a beautiful flourish of skill, but when she looked up in triumph from a practically flawless performance, she pouted to see Mr. Harrow's attention was no longer on her. When he should have been content and half in love with her, he was sneering, glaring at the Baroness, almost venomous in his appraisal. That would not do. Lily called to Lizzie, asking the youngest to lend her voice to the next piece. Edmund helped his sister rise, watching carefully as she managed her gown away from the hearth, and led her toward the pianoforte. While the Jenkins siblings began their song, Mr. Harrow did the opposite of what Lily desired. He crossed over the carpet, taking the seat at Arabella's side. "It is almost preposterous to see you lounging like one of these vapid females. Are you not bored, or is this game of pretend amusing?" It was several more breaths before her eyes left the fire to land heavy and mean on the unwelcome presence beside her. Arrogant, Mr. Harrow continued, "Why did you come here?" Arabella let her actions answer for her. She said nothing. "Come now, imp. No need to glare." He controlled his features to fit into the propriety of the room, but his eyes were nothing but evil. "Are we not friends?" Her lips thinned. Arabella mouthed the words, "Go to hell." Chuckling meanly, Mr. Harrow rose, smiling beautifully at the eldest Jenkins sister as he drew closer to her performance. The recital drew to a close, Arabella applauding, as expected. Before she might offer an excuse and leave, Lily called across the room, "Now you must play. Come entertain us, Lady Iliffe." Arabella admitted for all to hear, "I'm afraid I lack your talent, Miss Jenkins." "Would you like to sing? I may not have any music for a voice as, rich as yours." Lily began to shuffle through sheet music. "But you could always sing an octave below." "Lily!" Her mamma raised her eyes from her needlepoint and fixed a stare at her eldest daughter. "Lady Iliffe does not wish to perform for you." With just a few words, Mr. Harrow earned a pleased smile on Lily's pretty lips. "Do not fault Lady Iliffe, Miss Jenkins. It is too great a challenge to follow such skill." Arabella agreed. "You are correct, Mr. Harrow. I cannot play the pianoforte." Lily chimed, tone innocent, intention mean. "You cannot play, and you do not dance." Now on that point Lily was wrong, though the Jenkins would never consider the swaying hips of a Romany dancing girl anything but vulgar. A twitch at the corner of her lips, Arabella said, "I danced before I was married. I enjoyed it then. But it has been so long that I no longer remember the steps." Dancing was key to social standing, to finding a mate, to interacting at parties in general. To openly admit such a wanting trait was preposterous, publicly damning. Astounded, Lily asked, "To even a quadrille?" Arabella shook her head. "Lily," Lizzie called out, "play a minuet so I may teach her." The eager girl rushed to her new friend, assuring, "That one is the easiest." Arabella had not meant to incite an impromptu lesson and tried to politely decline, but Lizzie was on her, pulling her to stand, Edmund already shifting the couch to make space. "It is improper for two young ladies to dance," Mrs. Jenkins corrected. "Partner her, Edmund. You are a fine dancer." "But, mother," Lizzie pouted, disappointed to have her friend taken away. Standing from the pianoforte, Lily argued, "She will never properly learn a minuet with only one couple dancing." Setting aside her needlepoint, Mrs. Jenkins picked up on the subtle cue. "You are correct, my girl. Mr. Harrow, would you kindly partner Lily? And Lizzie, you must play for the room." The youngest had no interest in performing, but reluctantly did as she was told. Lily was an exacting teacher, but over the lesson Arabella kept her opinion hidden behind a blank face as she took Edmund's hand, repeated a step, a bow, twirled. Over an hour later she danced the whole thing, partner exchanges and all, flawlessly. That was until Mr. Harrow took her hand and squeezed her fingers. She moved out of time. "Try not to step on my toes, your ladyship," he mumbled as they came together and separated in the form. "Perhaps if you did not have such big feet," Arabella countered, spun, and then moved back to stand beside Edmund. Mr. Harrow leered at her statement, meeting her eyes as if he knew how much she hated this. At long last, the dinner bell declared the dance lesson complete. Arabella's relief was so obvious. Lily snickered. "What woman dislikes dancing?" "I do not dislike it," Arabella said, stepping away. "It just does not occur to me." As he offered his arm to Lily, Mr. Harrow mocked the Baroness for good measure. "And how could it? The Baroness spends her time far more productively, exploring the moors and frightening the locals with her devil horse." Leaning down towards the brunette beauty at his side, he spoke in hushed tones, as if sharing a secret. "Did you know, Miss Jenkins, the Baroness rides her beast with no saddle or bridle?" Lily snickered behind her hand. "How savage!" Arabella could not help but smirk at the statement. Yes, it was savage, and glorious. Green eyes glowing, she explained what the pacified and confined Jenkins family would probably never grasp in their bland existence. "Unless you have ridden a dangerous beast with nothing but your hands tangled in his hair, you could never feel the glorious triumph of the moment. The act ties the brute to you, to a point that you would never be thrown. To the point you are one, unrestrained and beautiful." Clearing his throat, Edmund swallowed. Mr. Harrow coldly interjected. "I do believe you've scandalized Edmund, Lady Iliffe. Perhaps you should be cautious of your speeches on horsemanship in the future." Ignoring the taunt, Edmund offered an arm to escort the Baroness into the dining room. His usually light voice came thick. "Come, your ladyship, let us take supper." Smiling politely at her host, she followed protocol and let him lead her to the seat at his mother's side. Wine flowed, and the courses progressed. Beside Mr. Harrow, Lily tried her best to entertain the gentleman, but the girl struggled, Mr. Harrow's answers short and not conducive to conversation. In fact, he seemed appallingly bored. As the dessert course was taken away, Harrow leaned back in his chair. He looked down the table, pointedly ignoring the chatter of the female at his elbow. "Lady Iliffe," he called, "do you know why Crescent Barrows carries its name?" Arabella, conversation with Lizzie interrupted, pursed her lips. "Does the tale of the white woman figure into the name?" Table quiet, the colour went out of Mrs. Jenkins' complexion. Mr. Harrow allowing one side of his mouth to curve up in an indulgent smirk. "From your expression, Mr. Harrow, I must assume the original name was based on something far more romantic and much less morbid," Lily sang, slipping into the conversation in an attempt to draw the beautiful black eyes back her way. "Indeed, Miss Jenkins." Harrow flattered the girl at his side. "The location of the manor was chosen not only for the view, but for the flowering vines that once covered the hillside. When my ancestors placed the foundation, they unearthed an ancient grave, and within it discovered a crescent-shaped savage's ring. Taking it as an omen, they christened the property Bower Crescent, for the flowers and the treasure hidden in the ground." "Your ancestors?" Arabella could not help but ask. "Crescent Barrows is your family home?" "Yes." The gentleman nodded, continuing the story. "As I was saying, the ring was gifted to my ancestor's bride, when the structure was completed. Captivated, Lily cooed, "How lovely!" "Not exactly. The ring was cursed, you see. Once it was taken, stones began to crack, tools disappeared. In less than a year, the flowers turned to briars, and the land grew hard as rock. But my forbearer was proud, relentless, and unwilling to bend to the voices in the wind, at least not until a strange illness came upon his lady. She passed from the world, wasted away. Ravaged with grief at the death of his beloved wife, the legend says the ring was buried with the woman beneath the house. But it did not appease the spirit it was stolen from. The blooms did not return, and the howling did not cease. Eventually, the locals stopped referring to the fortress as Bower, altering the name to Barrows for the graves. The grave of the unknown owner of the ring, and for the grave of the wife. "Is your home haunted?" Lizzie asked, looking at Arabella as if she would be crazy to return to such a place. Thoroughly amused by the story, Arabella could not help but snicker into her wine. "Do not believe a word Mr. Harrow speaks. He is telling tales now that he has discovered your affinity for stories." Acrimonious pitch eyes glowed. The man countered. "You do me a great injustice, Lady Iliffe, leading the two lovely Jenkins sisters to doubt my word." She met the stare of her adversary. "Perhaps I do them the favour by pointing out your falseness." "Come now, Lady Iliffe." Lily jumped to the gentleman's defence. "All the neighbourhood has heard the tales of the white woman." "Lily is right. Several locals have seen her carrying her candle past the windows of Crescent Barrows while it lay empty," Lizzie admitted in a hushed whisper. Arabella sneered. "You describe that nonsense so poetically." "And do you fear for your future wife, Mr. Harrow?" The fan of Lily's lashes lowered, the beauty coy as she flirted. "Do you fear she will befall the same fate as your ancestress?" "Lady Iliffe is correct, Miss Jenkins. It was only a tale told to entice. You need not fear for my future wife." He purred the words at his hostess, Lily blushing with the implication. How casually he played with people. It disgusted Arabella. Eager to change the subject to something far less unnerving, Mrs. Jenkins smiled at the Baroness. "After so long to be dancing again, what did you think of the exercise, Lady Iliffe?" Sipping her wine to clear the bad taste Mr. Harrow's behaviour had left in her mouth, Arabella considered the best answer. "It was an interesting experience, but perhaps the minuet is not for me." "I believe," Mr. Harrow offered, looking pointedly at the rather quiet gentleman watching the Baroness, "that Mr. Jenkins assumes you would strongly prefer the waltz." Something about his words made Edmund's ears go red. Mr. Jenkins turning towards the only other man in the room with an expressionlessness that Arabella assumed demonstrated anger. The scowling dark-haired antagonist only leered in response. "I am unfamiliar with the waltz. What is the difference?" Arabella asked, setting her glass aside. Lily and Lizzie burst out in giggles, while Mrs. Jenkins offered an answer. "The waltz is the more, a minuet is stately. In a waltz, the movements are less fleeting and more extended." Looking towards the most socially successful lady at the table, Arabella asked, "Do you waltz, Miss Lily?" The beauty stammered, "Of course, when it's appropriate." "Miss Jenkins, shall we show her?" the black-haired rogue tempted. Edmund appeared on the verge of speaking out, but Mrs. Jenkins declared, "Excellent notion." The party, humming with a strange excitement Arabella failed to grasp, moved back into the drawing-room. Mrs. Jenkins took the bench of the pianoforte and showed great skill with the romantic beginnings of a waltz. Movement started, with the couple hip to hip, both facing forward. Mr. Harrow's strong frame an anchor for the slender woman at his side. Each had an arm entwined around their partner, their eyes locked, as if there was no audience intruding upon their private moment. On the third count, both Lily and Harrow reached up, forming an arch between their bodies. With Edmund at her side, Arabella observed the sensuous movements, the slow rotations. Mr. Harrow was a talented partner, his cold intensity holding Lily's attention without a waver. The male and female form twisted, turned, never separating fully. When the tune grew a bit livelier, Harrow's strength pulled Lily to face him, sure arms encircling her to hold her hands clasped at her back. Arabella understood why all had giggled. Where the minuet had been bland, a waltz was almost indecent. When it ended, Lily was flushed, her lips parted, thoroughly drugged by the seduction. Though his question was for the Baroness, Harrow held Lily's eyes simply to prove he could. "What did you think of the waltz, Lady Iliffe?" Everything felt wrong. Mr. Harrow did not seem even fractionally drawn in. The way he looked at the girl who was so clearly enamoured, the cold expression he returned her, the thinly veiled contempt. It was disgusting. "I think," Arabella swallowed, looking towards Edmund's soft expression, "that the sun will set soon, and I must return home." "Come now, your ladyship," Mr. Harrow simpered, setting Lily free. "The display was for you. Do you not wish to try it?" Glancing back at the overwhelming presence, she mumbled, "Another time, perhaps." Searching for something to excuse her sudden departure, Arabella offered a joke. "I would not want to run into the white woman on the moors because I lingered too late." Lizzie giggled. The proper goodbyes were made. With the entire family in attendance, a groom led a stamping and agitated Mamioro to his mistress. At one click of her tongue and his sharply spoken name, the beast stilled. The horse's great head nuzzled the Baroness fondly. With a final goodbye, Arabella prepared to mount and instantly felt unwelcome hands come to her waist. She was practically thrown onto the broad-backed stallion. Righting herself in the side saddle, she corrected her balance before she might fall off, glaring down at the cause of her troubles. "You, of all people, know I do not need assistance when it comes to my horse, Mr. Harrow." "It was merely a courtesy, your ladyship." Gripping the bridle, Mr. Harrow smirked, a glimmer in his eyes that dared her to challenge him openly. She ignored it. Looking to the family, she concealed her aggravation and nodded a goodbye. When the flashing emerald of her gaze went back to the man restraining her horse, she commanded, "You may loose the bridle." Mr. Harrow grinned, every bit the menacing scoundrel she knew he was. "Fog is coming. Keep to the roads." Mamioro, eager to be gone, and just as agitated as his mistress by the man's attempt to subdue, snorted and tried to bite. When Mr. Harrow jerked the reins in correction, the great beast reared, tearing the straps free. The family cried out, but Arabella's seat never faltered. When the beast landed, she hissed at the one responsible. "I have warned you before, Mr. Harrow. He is dangerous when provoked." Schooling her features into a smile, she looked to her startled hosts and thanked them again for the hospitality. Then she was off, signalling to the stallion that it was time to depart. Overexcited, Mamioro fought to gallop, misbehaving and making a fuss, but Arabella kept him in check until clear of the drive. "Edmund!" Mrs. Jenkins frowned at the retreating figure racing in the distance. "She has no groom. That horse is beastly. What if she were to be thrown?" Arabella cut across the moors, and when she was far enough out where none could see her, stopped her mount and swung her leg over Mamioro's head so that she was sitting astride. With no concern for her skirt, she let her foot hang free and undid a few of the frog closures at her neck, the snowy white fabric of her ruffled undershirt on display. With such a beautiful twilight, she lingered in the slow-moving fingers of mist. It wasn't until the sun had set, and the fog having grown too thick to enjoy the views, that she finally climbed the twisting path to her home. "Your ladyship," Magda called from the portal, spying her mistress nearing the gate. "You have guests." In the courtyard, she found Mr. Jenkins and Mr. Harrow stepping out to greet her. An amused, rich purr mocked. "Look at her face. I warned you she would not take kindly to the intrusion." Ignoring the pestering growl of the dark-haired man, Edmund stepped forward. "Lady Iliffe, it is past dark. Were you lost? Do you need care?" A red brow rose. Mamioro, feeling her annoyance, sidestepped and became difficult. "Mr. Jenkins, I have no need for care. And no, I did not get lost. I was enjoying the landscape." She could see that both Gregory and Edmund recognized the outline of her legs astride her steed, one snickering, the other suddenly uncomfortable with the impropriety of the situation. Dismounting on the other side of her uninvited company, Arabella maintained her modesty, and with the horse between them, tried to compose her face. After a deep breath, she patted the steed in communication to go to the stables. Watching Mamioro trot off, she grumbled at the intruder. "You will have to forgive me, Mr. Jenkins. Having only recently taken governance of Crescent Barrows, I am not prepared to entertain. But please, step back inside and take a glass of port, during which time you can enlighten me as to how I have garnered the honour of your unexpected visit." Seeing that she was clearly unhappy, Edmund tried to appease her. "Lady Iliffe, my mother beheld you riding off on that wild thing, and was frightened you might get injured. She bade me come to make sure you arrived home safely. And how glad I am to see you are indeed the horsewoman Mr. Harrow assured us you were." Gathering the longer side of her skirt, Arabella ignored the compliment and led the men inside. "After you take refreshment, you must return to your mother and assure her I am well." "I must beg your hospitality in this fog," Edmund smiled, confident she would invite him to stay. "I do not have your talent for finding a path in such circumstances." Thankfully, the men were following behind her, so only Magdala saw the look of annoyance on her face. "Your ladyship," Magdala bowed deeply. "I am ashamed to tell you, but there have been no guest rooms opened since our arrival. It was my folly, but perhaps I can begin now. However, it would be several hours." Warm with gratitude at the woman's timing and willingness to make herself the heel, Arabella mouthed the words, "Thank you," at the well-told lie. Turning with an apologetic and slightly frantic expression, the Baroness said, "I apologize, Mr. Jenkins, especially after the exceptional hospitality your family has shown me, but I would not wish to sully your reputation by allowing you to sleep in a house filled with ghosts." Her attention turned to the blackguard, ready to get even for his aggressiveness with her horse and the mess it had brought her. "Mr. Harrow, can you see to Mr. Jenkins this evening? I would be most appreciative. Rest there and break your fast here come morning." With a snide curl in his lip, Mr. Harrow looked down at Edmund as if he had been nothing but a troublesome bore. His acceptance was flat. "Of course." Her relief was not for show. "Then let us sit and take our ease while Payne prepares the carriage." "No, we will ride," Mr. Harrow snorted, stomping towards his favoured chair. "When the fog is thick, hard winds come next. Chances of overturning in a gale are high." Seeing his agitation, she motioned for Edmund to take the other seat. Pouring 2 draughts of port from a nearby decanter, she took a small cut crystal glass to each of her guests, then poured a third for herself. Edmund's poorly veiled shock that their hostess would drink liquor intended only for men was not acknowledged. Mr. Harrow's earlier amusement had disintegrated into irritability.
"What did you find on the moors that drew your attention for so long?"
Pleased the brute was finally showing his true colours, Arabella wickedly smiled. "Mist so thick you could taste it on your breath. Did you see how it sits like a sea just below the barrows?"
"I saw fog."
The same fog that assured he was saddled with the fastidious goodness of their blonde neighbour. You would only see fog. The port was thrown back, Mr. Harrow glaring at her with eyes full of poison.
"Let us retreat, Mr. Jenkins. The hour grows late, and the Baroness must be tired after her extensive explorations in the dark."
Without waiting for acknowledgment from the interloper, Mr. Harrow left the room. Standing, Edmund offered a deep bow and kind smile before saying goodbye. The door shut, and the men were gone. Restless, toying with a lace sleeve of the ridiculous dressing gown the housekeeper had foisted upon her after she had undressed, Arabella read by the massive hearth in the great hall. Her third glass of port at her lips, it was as Mr. Harrow had warned. A powerful wind kicked up, unnatural howls roaring around the stone warren. So loud was the wail that when the entrance of her manor opened, the whine of the door was unheard. It was not until Arabella turned to set her empty glass aside that her eyes narrowed. A tall spectre stood in the dark. Coming to her feet, her entire form seemed to blaze from the firelight behind her. "I thought I was rid of you." The looming mist-damp male raged at her, heavy footsteps stalking nearer.
"Your impetuous temper has saddled me with a snivelling fool."
"Blame no one but yourself. If you had not yanked on my horse, Mamioro would never have reared. It is your own fault you have an unwelcome house guest."
"I did you a favour. I have placed a man I abhor under my roof."
"A man you abhor?" she simpered, lips curled in disgust. "Edmund is sweet and harmless. Whatever cause you have to hate him is no doubt baseless." Sneering, Mr. Harrow crossed the distance between them.
"Is that how you tolerate him so easily? You foolishly believe he is harmless?"
Every trace of her disgust came through. "Why should you hate him, yet make love to his sister?" Deep, rich laughter came in reply. His tongue wet the fullness of his lower lip, Mr. Harrow knowing just what would disarm her. With her bound curls a-tumble over her breast, he pinched a tress between his fingers and gave it a little tug.
"Why should I care for Miss Jenkins' happiness?"
Standing on her toes in an attempt to equal his great height, Arabella's finger came to his chest. She poked him as she spat. "Whatever you are doing is wrong. Husbands are meant to love their wives, not torment them." The mockery of his smirk twisted into an angry sneer. With a vicious hiss, he demanded an explanation.
"As Baron Iliffe tormented you."
Feeling as if she had been struck, Arabella looked away so the devil would not see the pain his words had caused. When her voice came, it was forcibly calm, falsely steady. "Is it their land you seek? Her dowry? Revenge? Why encourage a woman you barely tolerate?" The man continued to look at her, to stare down, wringing that bit of caught hair between his fingers.
"It is a means to an end. You will find Arabella."
He watched her stiffen at the sound of her given name, and raised a finger to her chin, admonishing in a lowly growled command.
"Do not look away when we speak."
She did not want to give him the pleasure of her obedience, and yanked her chin out of his hand and pushed back. He countered, his gaze turning predatory. They moved as if in a dance, their bodies in symmetry, until the heat of the fire warned her not to take another step back. A scorching finger trailed along her jaw, harsh words spoken as Harrow's thumb and forefinger came to hold her chin and forcibly regain her attention. "You would champion a woman who clearly dislikes you, who mocked you at every turn of phrase, and will work to discredit you if given the chance?" Of course she would. Lily is young and naive. It would be nothing for you to consume a thing with such shallow feelings. Why be the catalyst of her destruction and misery? What purpose would it serve? From the way his eyes darted over her face, Arabella had the distinct impression he had not heard a word she'd said. There was a tugging at her hair, the ribbon that held the curls pulled free. The sensation made her eyes flash down to find the large hand of her persecutor tangling in the red mass. Instantly panicked, her voice fell lower than a breath. "What are you doing?" "I've wanted to touch your hair, imp." The declaration was not assertive or aggressive. It was smoothly alluring. "So I am." Stupidly, she watched him continue to finger the strands, and could not understand what was so spellbinding in the act. "Stop it at once." A low chuckle sounded, his beautiful face smiling as if the woman had said something absurd. "No." "No?" Her attention darted up from his curving lips to those fathomless eyes. Arabella knew every trace of her expression was one of confusion, that her lower lip was trembling. He soaked it in, absolutely unconcerned. "Breathe, Arabella." A sharp intake of air passed her lips, the feeling of much-needed oxygen coupled with the odd tingling sensation at her scalp. The man, his closeness, gave off the heat of brimstone compared to the coolness of the fire behind her. "Mr. Harrow, please. I am too hot." His reply was to lean forward, to smooth his cheek along hers, and whisper at the shell of her ear, "Would you not rather call me Gregory?" His fingers grew bolder, tangling, pulling just enough to make her whimper and tilt her head back. With the soft curve of her throat exposed, Gregory ran his nose up the smooth flesh, folding his body around her. The feeling of lips at her throat, the sounds he made, and an animal noise came from the woman. Her eyes were locked on the high ceiling, where she tried to count the beams, but Arabella could not focus, because she felt him. She felt hands that were warm, that cupped the base of her skull, that traced the line of her spine. The richness of Harrow's voice moved straight through her when he chided, "You are frightened." Blinking in her stupor, two matching trails of tears fell down her cheeks. Frightened. She was terrified. Releasing his hold on her hair, Gregory pulled her attention back to his face, hushed her, and delicately used his thumb to wipe the salty drips away. "Shh." The very second he stepped back, she thought it was over. But the sensation of relief vanished when Arabella realized he had drawn her body along with his. The devil's eyes never broke from hers, even as he settled back in the soft comfort of the large leather chair. Holding her gaze steady, he guided her legs astride his lap. At once the languorous, slow-moving hands were back. Warm, full lips almost brushed hers as Gregory caressed the nape of her neck, her shoulders, kneaded the swell of a hip, leaving her mind nothing but a mad fervour that mirrored the sound of the screaming wind against the house. His exploration went on for ages, and over time coaxed the tension from her muscles, removed the frightened wideness of her eyes, and replaced it with lowered lashes and softly parted lips. She did not know what to do, unable to make herself move. The sensations in her skin were absolutely foreign, heady. When Gregory's fingertips slid up the naked skin of her leg, bringing the hem of her nightgown higher, a strangled noise came from Arabella's throat. It pleased him, and she was rewarded with the lightest scraping of his nails against her sensitive hip. When her eyes finally closed, the woman lost. His hand worked at the flap of his breeches. The arm cradling her lower back lifted her body high enough for Gregory to delve under the ruffles and lace. A touch, light as a feather, swept between her legs. A smear of feeling, and she tensed, bucked, and felt heavily drugged. Temple to his shoulder, certain too much wine, too many troubles had brought forth such a hallucination, Arabella found she did not know her body, or why such feelings existed. There was no shyness in the way he parted her folds, how fingertips tripped and toyed, until she could feel a heartbeat growing between her legs. Harrow's touch retreated. After fumbling between them, something hard and smooth, something larger than fluttering fingers, touched the place where all the growing intoxication seemed to center. Gripping the length of his cock, Gregory ran the swollen crown over drenched softness, enjoying the way Arabella's lashes flared, pleased with her sudden hitched breath. A furious burst of feeling rocked her as the instrument in his fist found where it sought to burrow. With an appreciative growl, Gregory urged her to lower, ignoring her slight resistance until the throbbing head of his cock breached a passage so warm it melted for him. Stretching her, filling her, arms slipped around her middle, and he bore her down, Gregory taking on an expression of impassioned pain at her internal clench. It seemed too much. Instinctively, Arabella tried to rise, her eyes hooded and desperate. His arm tightened, the man's muscles bulging to slowly force her back until impaled fully. A small gasp, and more girth pressed forward, spearing more soundly than the initial small push, conquering and stretching, linking their bodies in a way that caused her to both try and force the trespasser out and draw him deeper. The connection was far too intense. Arabella felt him grow harder, the throb of his blood pumping in rhythm with hers. Lost green eyes shined perfectly confused and aroused when Gregory rolled his hips and offered a pleased groan. His deepening thrusts started gently, Arabella making little noises of pleasure, her body naturally following the movement of the pulsing invasion. He continued his explorations, parting the fabric tied in a satin bow at her throat. When warm heat slipped behind the lace and enveloped her breast, when full flesh was squeezed, her aching nipple fondled, that was all it took for her knees to buckle and the resistance to end. She sank onto the remaining length of his thick cock, held him inside her from base to tip, and only squirmed a little. Smiling the grin of a victorious warrior, Gregory relished the strangle of her walls, working to accommodate his claim. He cooed to her and cupped her cheek, tracing her parted lips with his thumb. When she moaned, he let out a hot breath against her mouth, flexed the arm that held her to him, and began to rock his hips. Fisting her hands in the fabric of his sleeves, she held on, panting, unsure if she felt pain or pleasure, unsure why she wanted more, or why she had so great a need to grind her body down hard against such a man. Gregory explained it all when his hand left her face and found its way to where they were joined. Fingertips explored where she was stretched full of him, teasing further at her folds until he brushed something that made her whole body jolt. The bastard smiled at her, the swipe of his thumb skimming over the swollen bud of flesh again. Mystification, sudden insatiable need, and madness took over. Lost in the touch, pressing her breasts to his chest, her hips swirled to the movement of his thumb. Gregory bounced her body on his lap, endlessly toying with the pert part of her sex which thrummed to life, enjoying every little mew and cry she made in response. When Arabella could hardly bear another moment of such intoxicating touch, when her very soul seemed on the brink of being torn from her chest, full lips brushed hers, the devil commanding, "Tell me I please you, Arabella." The sound of that voice, heady and rich, made her stiffen. She felt the dampness of his coat still bunched in her grip, slowly became aware of the stretching brand that filled her womb. An encroaching wave of desolation left her in such a state Arabella could do little more than breathe. "I loathe you, Gregory Harrow." Taking his plunging cock deeper still, frightened again that she was about to succumb to that terrifying wave threatening to consume and destroy her. A look passed over the blackness of his eyes, and just as he had begun it, Gregory smoothed his cheek against hers and moved his lips to her ear. He cradled her closer to cease their frantic movements, nuzzling until her hips stilled and they were deeply joined. The tip of his tongue skimmed the shell of her ear. "And I, you." After several deep breaths, he lifted her off his turgid cock. When the silken heat of him left flesh that ached, she felt somehow less wrong. Cooling the inferno did not seem to be her salvation. It only left her wanting. Even so, her heart filled with a rush of immense relief, as if rescued from a dividing line that, should she cross, would forever change her. His nose was in her hair even as she sagged, Arabella tiredly resting her head in the crook of his neck. Pressing into the curve of his body, craving more of the unbearable heat, she settled. With the cadence of his breath at her ear, and the gentle tugging of his fingers buried at the roots of her hair, sleep came hard. Chapter 7. Lashes fluttered, and Arabella found that the darkness of her bedchamber held an otherworldly quality. Wondering what warm weight had eased from her waist, why she suddenly felt the chill, and why the usually wonderful cold felt nothing but unwelcome, a deep abiding sleepiness made her roll towards the loss of heat and burrow. A feather-light touch, almost imperceptible, ran down the side of her face. There was a subtle shift of the mattress. The first light of morning had yet to creep inside her window and break up the shadows, leaving the smouldering coals of her fire the only thing that separated her from utter darkness. As if dreaming, she glanced upon the silent figure pulling on his boots at the edge of her bed. The shine of his eyes in the dark, when the phantom turned to look over her, made Arabella move as if to rise. At once, the weight of a heavy hand pressed her back into the mattress. Their eyes held, but all she could read in the shadowed lines of his face was the same brooding expression that always hardened his features. He seemed to hesitate for a moment before his fingers drew away. Gregory straightened to his full height and merged back into the deeper shadows. She heard the sound of coal being added to the fire, but by the time glassy eyes could see by the flicker of new light, the room was empty. Her lashes lowered, and with a deep breath, sleep returned. "Wake up, my lady." A familiar hand shook the Baroness's shoulder. "You must dress before the men arrive for breakfast." Shocked to find her mistress still sprawled in bed, Magdala selected a dress as silently as possible, pleased the young woman had uncharacteristically slept past sunrise. Groaning, Arabella sat up. The old woman asked, "Was there a chill in the room last night?" Arabella moved to the basin to wash her face. "No. Why do you ask?" "You slept in your dressing robe and stoked the fire. The coals have all but burned off most mornings when I arrive." Turning to look at the hearth, Arabella found the woman's words to be true. There were licking flames, a blazing reminder of what had transpired amidst the windstorm. Scrubbing her face to hide the colour burning her cheeks, Arabella pressed her thighs together, provoked by the subtle soreness between her legs. Gregory Harrow had taken her on the chair, had stroked and coaxed, made silent demands that left her boneless under his hands. His doings had seemed effortless, even as his member found its way inside her body, and there had been no horrific pain, no blood. The wrongness was that it had not hurt. If anything, it had felt. What had he done? How would she ever look him in the eye again? It was some punishment, she was certain, the way he'd confused her, terrifying her with that foreign wave of pulverizing nothingness. Just when it was about to break, she'd whispered that she loathed him. Mr. Harrow had stopped, taking the very instrument that had caused such sensation away, leaving her empty. She should have screamed, attacked and ranted. Instead, Arabella had wanted nothing more than to be held by her tormentor. She'd fallen asleep, and the villain had carried her to her room. Gregory Harrow had lain beside her in the dark for an unknown amount of time, had added coal to the fire. He had also left before the household could be made aware of his nocturnal visit, preventing a scandal. It was too much to process. His actions left too many questions, too much dread. Before Arabella could completely fall to pieces, Magdala offered assurance. "Maybe we are finally thawing that ice in your veins. It is as I've been saying for years. Your habit of nesting in a bone-chilling room is why you toss and turn. How well you look this morning." Arabella rushed the remainder of her bathing, Magdala trying to take extra care styling her hair until Arabella was fed up, disinterested in appearing elaborate for the men. "They are only going to eat and leave. They should be grateful I'm even feeding the louses. There is no need for me to primp, Magdala." "Ah, but he is a good lad for seeing to you last night," Magdala countered, accustomed to her mistress's touchiness. "Are you telling me you disliked the courtesy?" Blushing vividly, Arabella grunted, hoping Magdala referred to Edmund and not the argument and subsequent aftermath she shared with Mr. Harrow. Muttering something unintelligible, she ended her toilette and moved towards the door. Descending the main staircase into the great hall, Arabella could hear the good-natured chatter of Mr. Jenkins and knew the men had already arrived and awaited her. The soft blue silk afternoon dress Magdala had chosen split at the front to display a snowy full skirt of white muslin with each step downward. Arabella hated it, wishing for her drab woolen dresses and the comfort that came with coarse fabrics. Dressed as a beggar, no one would look at her the way Edmund was looking at her. For a brief second, she dared a glance towards Mr. Harrow. He stood, arms clasped behind him, pensive scowl in place. There was no change in his arrogance, no leer. Uncomfortable with the way he too stared, Arabella found the unaffected easiness of her other guest easier to bear. Edmund stepped forward to offer a hand to assist her descent. "How lovely you look this morning, Lady Iliffe." Hesitating, her eyes glued to the hand waiting for her, she debated simply going back up the stairs and leaving the men to sort themselves out. That would not do. Her fingertips followed the path of politeness and settled in the smooth upturned palm. "Good morning, Mr. Jenkins, Mr. Harrow." Arabella offered a tight smile and directed them to the adjoining dining room. Did you rise early to fit into the hours of gentlemen? Smiling, Edmund took a seat and began buttering a roll. Arabella offered his fresh-faced grin a forced smile. No, Mr. Jenkins, I typically rise with the dawn. He laughed, a light-hearted sound. That is as Mr. Harrow assured me when I protested that the hour was too early for a lady of your rank. How well he seems to know his nearest neighbour. Darting a glance at the man himself, Arabella found Gregory watching her, as if weighing her sins. The set of his jaw was harsh. Did you sleep well, Lady Iliffe? She could not help but frown when he scowled so meanly, yet asked in such a casual tone. She didn't answer. With an instant tight smirk, he growled. Is it a difficult question? Once the man sipped his coffee, she said, I was overhot from the fire. He coughed once, spluttering, and looked up with an angry scowl to find her eyes brightened by her small victory. Feeling braver, Arabella looked to her other guest. And you, Mr. Jenkins, how did you find your accommodations? Quite comfortable. Makes me long for a bachelor residence of my own, Edmund replied, taking a serving of cold roast beef. The dish is delicious, Lady Iliffe. Is your cook French? The compliment earned a genuine smile. No, Mr. Jenkins, my housekeeper found her in Liverpool, at St. Augustine. Edmund set down his knife, intrigued. A convent girl? How singular. St. Augustine is an orphan asylum, Mr. Harrow clarified, his tone implying trouble. Off a Burroughs side street in a less savoury part of town. Looking at the black-haired troublemaker, Arabella nodded. How did you know that? A slow spreading smile showed the devil's teeth. I know everything. Somehow, I do not doubt you think you do. St. Augustine was located in a neighbourhood very few well-meaning Englishmen would frequent. Gambling houses, brawling arenas, and brothels propped up shack housing. When Arabella had been a girl, it had once been an excellent place to swindle men out of coin. It does not matter where she came from. Mary is an exceptionally talented cook. Mary, Mr. Harrow said, an incredulous expression deepening the scowl. Yes, Mary, Arabella answered. Shifting forward, Mr. Harrow pressed. The mute, underfed girl you keep as a pet. Unable to control the anger that flamed in her eyes, Arabella set down her fork, ready to tear into the fool. Well, I think she is exceptional, Edmund chimed in, disarming the situation and soothing the obvious affront of their hostess with a change of subject. You previously resided in London, did you not? Do you miss town? Swallowing back curses that should never be shouted in front of a real gentleman, Arabella turned towards the charming Mr. Jenkins. I am quite comfortable here. Obviously happy with the news, Edmund asked, So you will not be returning to town for the winter? Why would I do that? For the season, and to escape the solitude, of course. I came here for the solitude. And you shall feel it come winter. There is one thing we Yorkshire folk readily know. With the snows there is hardly movement in the county, Edmund offered, smiling as if his suggestion was just the thing. Of course, you are welcome to shelter with your friends at Stonewall Grove when the dreary days become too much for you. That is very kind. Unsure why she felt the urge to glance at Mr. Harrow, Arabella resisted. There would be something there, something in those pitiless eyes offering a clue to his behaviour. But she could not bring herself to look. The chipper voice of the other man made her wonder if Edmund was oblivious to the dark one's temper when he stated, And now that you have so kindly treated me to this lavish breakfast, allow me to convey you to my mother and sisters, for they must be worried that I did not return in the night. Arabella's excuse was hastily offered. "I do not wish to impose on your mother." "Nonsense," Edmund smiled. "Mamma will be expecting you, as will my sisters. Everyone overjoyed to have you return to them unscathed." Mr. Harrow produced a shark's grin. "A morning ride will be splendid, will it not?" Black eyes went to the large servant, Mr. Harrow commanding with that sickening smile. "Do have her horse saddled, Payne." Payne did nothing, until Arabella met his eyes and offered a little nod. Gregory, it seemed, intended to join them instead of returning to his home. Arabella pretended not to notice the way he smirked, and knew down to her bones he was going to be trouble. But over the journey tension waned. She grew contented, and at the sight of the denser trees that marked the land of the Jenkins estate, Arabella called for a race. Leaning over her horse's neck, she surged forward, laughing at full gallop. On the pebbled drive she slowed her mount and pressed the back of her hand to wind-burned cheeks, grinning at the men in her victory. The first she saw of Mr. Jenkins' anxious frown brought her to complain. "I will not ride with you, Edmund, if you are always going to be so disapproving." Where he should have been insulted, he was suddenly grinning, and at once Arabella realized her slip. She had casually used his given name, her informal behavior misleading. Knitting her brow, Arabella allowed the sweet fool to take her by the waist and lower her from the horse. Prettily dressed, the ladies came through the door, Lizzie grinning to see Arabella, and Lily blushing with wide-eyed delirium that Mr. Harrow was back amongst them. Mrs. Jenkins, pleased to see the Lady Iliffe whole and sound, approached at once to admire the fine cut and elegant fabric of the Baroness's embroidered reading-coat. Threading her plump arm through Arabella's, the matron all but dragged her to the drawing-room for tea. "So, Edmund," Lily teased her older brother, "did you see the ghost of the White Woman at Crescent Barrows?" Edmund shook his head in the negative, but before he could reply, Mr. Harrow answered in his place. "I did, Miss Jenkins." Taking Lily's arm, Gregory moved with the party. "I beheld the phantom myself last night as she railed and hissed." The girl gave him a playful look. "And how did you subdue her?" "I pulled her into my arms." Lily prodded for more. "And?" "What if I told you I convinced the White Woman that in place of cursing me, she should kiss me instead?" The party of women began to giggle, all but Arabella, who was mortified. "You did no such thing." Cocking a brow, Gregory deigned to ask, "Didn't I?" Emerald eyes flashed over red cheeks, Arabella countering, "No, you did not." "Ah," Lily cooed, "to tame a woman with a kiss. How roguish you are, Mr. Harrow, a regular highwayman." Thinking back to when they were joined, when he plunged himself inside her, Arabella recalled that his lips had always stayed close to hers, their breath intermingling, but he had not kissed her mouth, not once. Black eyes held green, Harrow agreeing with her silent debate. "You win, Lady Iliffe. I did not kiss the White Woman." Mr. Harrow turned his attention to the girl on his arm, Lily, in her white gown. "Not yet, at least." Arabella felt as if a horse's hoof had landed in her gut. Tea passed quickly, but Lizzie was unwilling to let her retreat, pulling Arabella to the seat with the best light, so they might peruse a hefty tome on India. "Look at them," Lily snorted over the chessboard between her and Mr. Harrow, annoyed with their incessant chatter. "How bookish they are." In an age where women were expected to read, write, and do just enough arithmetic to count to 10, it was an easy slander. Her sister's taunt embarrassed Lizzie, and inspired Arabella to defend the girl. You would do well to take it upon yourself to improve your mind as your sister does, Miss Jenkins. It is good to be a well-read woman with a sense of the world. It is a husband's duty. Interrupting, bringing the weight of her emerald eyes to the snippy girl, Arabella harshly corrected her. Husbands die. It was the type of thing that just was not said. The room went silent, none knowing quite how to respond. Pressing a kiss to Lizzie's forehead, Arabella stood and smiled as if all were well. Thank you for tea. Now I must return home. Yes, of course. Mrs. Jenkins rose. Thank you, your ladyship, for calling. Checkmate. Mr. Harrow, looking utterly bored, captured the white king from Lily. I too must away. He did not thank his hosts or smile at anyone. He only stood and left. Delivering her bonnet and gloves, Edmund grinned, his eyes glancing outside the window to where Mr. Harrow ordered their horses. Lady Iliffe, Friday next there will be another gathering at the assembly rooms. May I claim the first dance? The minuet you absorbed so well yesterday. Cornered and unsure how to properly decline, she lowered her voice to a whisper. I lack the skill. I would embarrass myself. No, your ladyship. He smiled, his golden hair gently bobbing forward as he leaned down to whisper back. For your first time, you are exquisite, and we can practice here while Lily plays. Come the assembly, you will be the finest dancer in attendance. He looked so earnest, so unassuming and eager, that she felt incapable of denying him. I suppose so. Do not fret. I would never allow you to be disgraced. Besides, Lizzie needs a kindred spirit here. She has bloomed since she met you. Nodding and uncomfortable, Arabella passed through the portal. Mamioro was waiting. Rough hands came to her waist, and she was tossed atop the black mountain. You might as well just toss your leg over now, your ladyship. Mr. Harrow eyed her unbalanced posture with contempt. Mr. Jenkins has already witnessed your indecent style of riding. Her cheek twitched, Arabella simpering in response. I'll tell you what, I will ride astride if you ride side-saddle. Black eyes burned at the word astride, provocative where no other could see. The amusement slipped off her face. Arabella looked away, saying goodbye to the family waiting at the portico to see them off. Mr. Harrow, far less polite, merely mounted and rode off. It was impossible to miss the hurt feelings of Lily as the man left her in such a way. When the beauty's lip quivered, Arabella looked at the profile of the retreating scoundrel and scowled. A good distance from the house, the trees behind them, and the waving landscape of the moors their only audience, she turned and accused. You hurt her feelings riding off as you did. Do not point that finger at me. If you had not tried to deny what passed between us, smiling only at that insipid milksop boy, then I would not have had to draw your attention in other ways. Her jaw dropped. Draw my attention? Are you mad? If your cruelty to her was supposed to punish me, then you must be blind as well if you failed to notice that I am not the one crying right now. Miss Jenkins is. The cocky smirk turned to a sneer. Oh, but you are affected. Look at you all flushed and wound tight in your sick compassion for revolting strangers. Even now you regret her wounded feelings. Miss Jenkins would laugh should the roles be reversed. Signalling for Mamioro to stop, she yelled at his back. You are impossible! He jerked, circling her horse, blocking the wind that made Arabella's eyes squint. You clung to me in your sleep. Arabella did what she had been unable to do that morning. Looked him dead in the eye. Enough! Reaching forward, warm fingers tucked a wind-blown curl into her bonnet, Gregory taunting. Does the white woman desire a kiss? Will it soothe her raging spirits? Slapping his hand away, she hissed, "Stop mocking me!" He leaned down with a dark, self-satisfied smirk. There is one way to end this. Before she could argue, his lips crashed down and claimed hers with such passion she would have lost her seat if not for the arm he snaked around her middle. Never once in her life had a man kissed her in such a way, with such desperation and soul-shaking eagerness. Everything she had known from others had only been debasing and grotesque. Clinging to him so she would not fall, Arabella's gloved fingers curled around the back of his neck. Forcefully, she exercised her own frustration, consuming even as she was consumed, until he somehow stilled her, lulling her into a gentle, slow-moving caress. Gregory breathed heavy at her ear. "Should I have kissed you last night, white woman? Is that what would have made you smile at me today, as you smiled at that simpering fool?" He did not wait for an answer, simply began to run his lips over her neck, sucking gently as he worked the buttons at her breast. "Was I not gentle?" he growled, petulant and sullen, kissing a path where her reading goat parted above her breasts. "Was I not patient?" Arabella did not know what possessed her, but her hand came to his cheek, urging him to raise his eyes to her. Staring down at such beauty, she found his mouth swollen and slightly open, utterly enticing. "You are so warm I can hardly bear it." Gripping her nape, he kissed her hard. "I should have finished what we began last night. I should not have been merciful." Finished? One question, and he knew she did not understand. She had been no virgin, and by her own admission, her dead husband had used her badly. The words came, tempting and low, from the man fingering the small swell of breast exposed above her dress. "There is so much more. So many ways I could please you." Those words brought a twinge between her thighs. "How did you know which room was mine?" "That was once my mother's room. Seeing how very fond you are of her portrait, I was not at all surprised to see you took to her bedchamber as well." A soft smile came to her lips. He did share the blonde beauty's black eyes. "I did not know she was your mother." "Does that alter your opinion of the painting?" He hooked his finger under her bodice, as if to pull her closer. Something in his acerbic tone reminded her of another he spoke to in such a way. Gregory was playing with her, just as he played with Lily. "You are angry again, imp." He chuckled at her fallen expression. Arabella pressed her swollen lips into a firm line, feeling she had made some terrible misstep. Mamioro sensed his mistress's temper and shied to the side, separating her from Mr. Harrow. "And now you're going to run away?" Gregory outright laughed, the entirety of his expression cruelly amused. Before she could stop herself, her lip quivered. With a click of her tongue, she urged Mamioro into a sudden gallop. The beast responded, only too happy to run wild over the rocky ground. Swearing she could still hear arrogant laughter in the wind around her, Arabella cringed, only comforted in the knowledge that Mr. Harrow's lesser mount would never be able to surpass a horse as fine as Mamioro. One sharp turn, and her headlong gallop turned towards distant jutting boulders. Tearing up earth, rushing over scrubs, Arabella rode until the familiar rocky outcrop waited before her. Tearing out of the saddle and tying up her skirts, her fingers clawed into the rock face. Dirtying her clothing in the climb, hardly caring, she crawled up the cliff. The wind was temperamental, first calm and gentle, then blasting her dress so roughly against her body that she had to struggle not to trip until the gale had passed. Even so, Arabella began to pace the length of the boulder, determined to stay until her customary corpse-like chill returned and her fretting passed. Low-lying fog shifted nearer. Arabella imagining the white woman walking free, wearing a face that could be 1,000 faces. Rolling clouds of pale gossamer moved through the wind, closer to Arabella's rock, scaling the side of it like a great white spider. The Baroness glanced down, eager for what was coming, picturing the white woman smiling softly as if all the secrets of the world were hers, every line of her face unbelievably familiar and welcoming. The phantom called to her, a ghostly pale hand rising to beckon her nearer, offering oblivion. All Arabella need do was grasp the proffered limb, and there would be no more nightmares, no more running, no more emptiness. A strange sound behind her, and the fantasy evaporated. Arabella awoke from her stupor to find herself at the very edge of the cliff, toes dangling over the side. Ever so slowly she stepped back, moving towards the opposite side of the boulder to see what caused Mamioro to loudly nicker. When a pair of black eyes flashed not 2 feet below, Arabella stumbled back with a shriek. A second later, Mr. Harrow found the final foothold and pulled himself up, stalking toward her. Instinctually backing away, she made it less than 2 paces before he had his hands upon her. Jaw set, batting aside her flailing resistance, he spun the half-wild imp about. Her back made an impact against his chest, the air whooshing out of her lungs. He had her. Gregory's largeness wrapped around her like chains she could not shift. With a huff, he sat down, taking her with him until the shrew was settled between his thighs. Staring over the bluff, she found herself engulfed in the man, his bent knees surrounding where hers tangled in her skirt, his arms holding her indecently against him. Where she was panting enraged, Gregory was motionless, calm, ignoring her cursings and demands. Unwelcome fingers traced down her chest to where the fastenings of her coat had been pulled apart, Gregory closing her reading goat no matter her cross jerking. When she was covered to her throat, he cautiously released one of his arms at a time to spread his own greatcoat around her, cocooning them in black. It had been frustrating enough to be pinned against his frame, but when the heat of his coat stole her chill, she let out an exasperated sigh, certain with every fibre of her being the bastard was smirking. Her breath began to move in time with that of the man holding her. She softened her arms. He did as well. It was only if she made a move that might lead to her attempting to shift away that Gregory's muscles flexed, and she was made to be still again. At length he spoke. "You look rather pretty in your frock." Glaring over her shoulder with an expression that said she was quite certain he was insane, she found the newly familiar heat of his lips far too close for her liking. Before she could swing her head forward, Gregory clasped her jaw and looked over her face. Black eyes went to her mouth. "If I were to kiss you right now, holding you as I am, I wonder just how you would punish me for it later." He did as he pleased, skimming the smallest brush of pressure against her lips with his. It ended before it began, his nose going straight to her hair, a pleased grumble emitting from the man. Nudged so she might look back at the view, eventually the Moors wove their spell, and Arabella fell into the trance until vivid pinks turned to soft purples. The sun lowered over the heath. "If I allow you to stay any longer, we will have to climb down in the dark." Startled at the sound of a man's voice, Arabella blinked and realized they were no longer sitting, that she was draped atop his sprawling form, her cheek pressed to his chest, and that he had been petting her in long, pleasant strokes. A part of her wanted to stretch, to groan, and settle back to sleepily watch the sky, to forget that he was there. Instead, she leaned up, finding he lounged with an arm behind his head, a soft smile on his smug face. He looked gratified. Gregory's typical scowl having faded into a tranquil, guarded expression. Arabella raised a finger and traced where the furrow between his brows had vanished. She took in the angles of his cheekbones, the line of his jaw, the sideburns, and the arched curve of his upper lip, all the while thinking he was too beautiful to be a man, and that he was a demon sent to torment her, and that she was a fool. Drawing a breath as if to speak, Arabella hesitated, and instead she looked back toward the sunset. A lazy stroke up her spine pulled her closer, until he had her by the scruff of the neck, kneading softly and silently inviting her to kiss him. She didn't. Instead, emerald eyes closed, and Arabella rested into the strength of his arm. "Arabella," he admonished, drawing her higher until his lips began to brush back and forth over her own. "You are a wicked imp, but I have no scruples. If you will not give me what is mine, then I shall take it." Rolling the woman beneath him, Gregory silenced her muffled argument. Every part of him she could feel, the muscle of his thigh, the weight and breadth of his chest, his pinioning arms, but most she could feel that part of him that had been inside her the previous night. Again it had lengthened, thickened, and prodded near where she was tingling and warm. When had her legs parted? When had she brought her heels to rest on his thighs? At the first hint of her confusion, Gregory undulated his heft, directing the weight of his body to rub against her in a way that made Arabella whimper. He did it again and again, green eyes drooping shut, her head falling back on a long exhale. Her breasts, her breath, felt constricted behind the underpinnings and layer of chemise, gown, and reading-goat. Tangled in him, the rock face to her back, the moon rising above her, a great itch, a great need began to grow. It was confusing how he could feel so velvet against her, and how she could be so nervous. His tongue danced in her mouth. He tasted of honey. She even indulged in fingering his hair, in knowing his kiss, and returning it. Where had she gone wrong? "Gregory!" Arabella turned her head away from the prodigious affection. "You must stop." "Why?" A deep rumbling chuckle shook her bodily when she yelped from the sharp pinch of teeth on her lower lip. The flat of his tongue came to lap at the wound before he stole another kiss. "As you said, it's growing dark." Rubbing against her wantonly, Gregory teased. "You are only saying so because you think I will let you go. Perhaps if you had kissed me, I would have." When he descended again, ready to capture the lovely swollen mouth of his prize, Arabella pressed her fingers to his lips and whispered, "Please." Staring as if he might find the secrets of the universe in her naked expression, Gregory growled, "Come, white woman, you have had your kiss. You are no longer hissing, and now I must put you away before you frighten the local farmers with your wanderings, or snatch children in the night." Chapter 8. Warmed in the kitchen, Payne saw that his Arabella sat at the table, deep in thought as she mindlessly ate. She had been distant, troubled since riding through the gate. Payne had come to her, calm as still water. Payne had stood at the door to welcome her, watching Gregory Harrow ride off into the night, and Payne had held up a lamp by which Arabella might find her way through the yard. And now he sat at her side, quiet and content, so she might be those things too. Magdala broke the silence. "The harvest market begins in 3 days' time, Lady Iliffe." "Yes, I know," Arabella answered. "The Jenkins invited me this morning. I declined." "You must attend. Many things must be bought." The housekeeper had groused for years at their mistress's eccentric ways. Now that she had begun to shape Arabella into the form of a lady, the Spaniard was even more determined in the pursuit. "And you must be seen." Arabella took a long pull of wine and acquiesced. "I will parade around and sneer properly." It was so unlike her, but Payne was proud to see her trying to live as she should. Magdala, too, was pleased with the response. "As Payne must attend you, Hugh will assist me. The question of Mary—" Arabella understood. She glanced at the unblinking maid and offered a true smile. "I would be honoured to have Mary's company." The boy at the table earned her attention next. "And Hugh," she winked, "when errands are finished, you must have fun, but try not to spend all your wages in one day." Excited at the prospect, the lad answered, "Yes, my lady." Pushing her finished dinner to the side, Arabella said, "Go fetch your book, and we will read." Hugh had his favourite already set aside in a nook near the kitchen's hearth. This had been their ritual from the first week. A quiet lesson, from a woman who had not learned to read or write until Payne had painstakingly taught her, to a boy who picked up his letters far faster than she ever had. "Lady Iliffe," Hugh stammered, pointing down at a difficult word in the exercise book. "This word." "Ruination," Arabella answered, forcing a smile for the boy as she brushed his hair back from his brow. "It means— I know what it means." He did not stutter once, Hugh bearing an expression that said he knew far more than that word's simple meaning. "What about redemption, Hugh? Do you know what that means?" The boy did not answer, but he snuggled closer to the coolness of her body, burrowing as near as he dared. Placing her cheek on his crown, Arabella's finger skimmed the page to show him what to read next, waiting patiently for him to fight his tongue. By the hearth, Payne sat puffing on a pipe stuffed with fine tobacco. Watching her with the boy, he could not help but notice how much she'd changed in 3 years. His Arabella was so altered, the fullness to her cheek finally having returned. There were no longer any marks or gashes. Even her posture had become that of a person, and less of the crouched monstrosity that had been pulled out of hell. Every line of her face was imprinted inside him, every elusive strain of her voice. And it was that voice he had first known her by, the choked, desperate gasps of air that frightened him when a few stones fell from his cellar's bedroom wall all those years ago. She did not speak, sucking in each inhalation through the bored hole between their cells. A horrible stink immediately came with her, the thick cloying scent of filth and death, the very smell that clung to the Dutch slave ships of his childhood. How quickly he had scampered back, the hugeness of his body recoiling, as if he was still only a boy in fear of the whip. It was the whimpered sobs, the soul-wrenching scrape of nails against rock as gaunt fingertips clawed at the little opening, clutching and pulling, and finding not one more stone would budge, that moved him. "You have light," the monster croaked, disbelieving and desperate. Afraid, he took her his tiny stump of burning candle, finding he could deny that voice nothing. As the glowing halo approached, the demon in the dark began to weep, those same frail fingertips reaching towards the flame. She seemed almost surprised when the small fire burned her bleeding fingertip. It was not long before his wick was spent, the two of them cast into darkness. All night he pressed his ear to the gap in the stone as the wretch spoke a blend of languages that hardly made sense. She was feverish and giddy. He gave her his meagre scraps, offered her his paltry cup, watching as she dipped her fingers in, then pulled them back to suck. Every night he would pull the stone away from his side of the wall and listen in the dark. Many times he only heard weak screams, until there was nothing but the sick sound of slapping flesh and the loud grunts of a man using her. When it was over, if she could, she had crawled to him. Payne hardly spoke, but he would reach his dark fingers through the stone, and her bird-thin bones would touch his. He was a man of few words, and never found speech useful, as no one listened to a slave. But he spoke for her. Payne told the tales of his homeland, the same stories his own mother had shared long ago, while the girl devoured whatever food he had stolen from the kitchens. The small opening between them was too narrow to look upon his neighbour, beyond the shine of eyes the candle might show in the dark. But he knew. The shade of green was the same from the painting downstairs, the same eyes that had lost vitality years ago. The captive was Iliffe's wife. There was never talk of it amongst cowed servants, but only the blind would have been unaware of what had been done to her. Since Benjamin Iliffe had brought her home, the once beautiful lady had grown sickly, her screams a thing common in the night hours. Yet no one questioned when the woman was gone. Packed off to Italy, Iliffe had said. That had been 6 months before the rock fell out of his wall. 6 months she'd been in a windowless prison with no light. 6 months of the Baron's sickest game yet. Her husband would forget about her for days at a time, starve her, deny her water, but Payne gave her everything in his power. Her weeping was his weeping, her suffering his own. When a fever finally took her and she would no longer approach, he grew wild, paced, and felt full of fear. British slaves had yet to be emancipated. His options were limited. If he fled to find help, who would feed her? Who would believe? But if he stayed, she would surely die. He had torn at his hair, attacked the rock wall between them in an absolute frenzy, as he begged any god to do something for the woman behind the stones. The gods did not help. When had they ever? The following morning, it was Payne who'd spooked the prize black stallion at market when the Baron stood near enough for hooves to cleave. The accident had not killed the man, only left him broken and abed. So Payne finished the job, once the doctor had gone to see to his full bladder. Standing large and foreboding over the evil noble who had bought him as a boy and treated him like a dog, who laughed when others used the Baroness and still tortured her. Payne's work-roughened palm covered Iliffe's mouth and nose. The Baron had been too weak to fight back. The man who had named him Payne, in mockery of what his life was to be, twitched, wept, and then he died. When the doctor returned to the room and found the Baron dead, Payne had dragged the haggard man to the hole where the sounds of a fevered woman's ramblings could be heard. The physician saw to Arabella's freedom. It was never spoken of in the ton. The state of his Baroness Iliffe when she was pulled naked, covered in sores and filth from that room. Why would nobles offer pity to a creature they had mocked and hated from first glance? The only soul who'd ever understand her was Payne. The one who kept her safe was Payne. But he was getting old. As if Arabella knew his thoughts, the chant of her reading broke. Eyes the shade of the most brilliant spring leaves set softly upon him, seeing him as no one could. His personal wraith smiled softly, a rare expression of contentment upon her face. Payne smiled in return, nodding towards the boy snuggled up to her. "He should have a tutor, my lady." Arabella tightened her arm around the child. "I will call upon the parson tomorrow, if you wish." She fingered the open book on Hugh's lap, her next words for the boy. "I lack the skill to teach you more than the little I know. Payne is right. Can I learn numbers too?" Hugh's eyes were wide, the youth excited. "Arithmetic," Arabella corrected. "Amongst the other things the parson will teach you." Payne gave the final order. "Hugh, that is enough for tonight. Our lady is tired. Off to bed." The boy scampered off, leaving the two of them alone. Payne had a knack for knowing what the red-haired witch needed. "Come rest beside me." She scooted until her head could lie on his knee. Payne stroked her hair as he spoke, softly, gently. What if I were to go to London? What if I were to kill Lord Dalton? Arabella jerked under his hand and sat up. You would be hanged. Do not even think such things. Swear to me you would never do it. It is only for you that I keep breathing. Then I will never die. Never. Resting her head back against his leg, eyes wide and sad, she whispered, Never speak of it again, Pain. Promise me. Tears fell unchecked down her cheek, his gentle thumb brushing them away. I promise to always love you. The fabric under her fingers took form with each pull of her needle. Behind the great leather chair, nearer the windows, Parson Whit sat with the scrubbed clean and tidily dressed Hugh. It was the boy's first lesson, the parson only too happy to find time to serve the elusive Baroness's call, so he might see into her house. Arabella made certain to be present during the lesson, to make sure all was done properly, which fell as an honour in the staunch clergyman's estimation. He was especially impressed with her humility when the needlework she chose to exercise was not the embroidery of ladies, but the economic stitchery of mending. Hugh was unrecognised by their neighbour, both an insult and a boon to the boy. Shy, he had trouble being little more than meek. As time wore on, and the direction of tutelage went from the bland redundancy of tracing letters to a boy's practicum filled with tales to draw in an audience, Hugh came alive. With her ear pricked towards the lessons behind her, the sounds of Magdala's muffled steps on the rug-covered stone alerted the Baroness that the other expected invasion had arrived. Mr. Harrow has called, Lady Iliffe, Magdala announced the gentleman behind her. Arabella set the garment aside and stood, spine straight, to formally greet the landlord. Mr. Harrow? Her voice was steady and her face blank. Do sit down. The hushed sound of student and teacher in the corner were not missed. Black brows dropped further, and with narrowed eyes he looked back upon the lady of the house. Magdala, tea for our guest. Again, Arabella was civil, playing the part so well even Gregory looked momentarily bewildered. They lowered their respective seats in formal unison. It seems the rain has impeded you little. Lowering his chin to his chest, flashing black eyes towards the unwelcome nuisance in the corner, he curled one side of his lips. You are paying to educate the boy. Arabella could not help but glance over her shoulder, a proud smile on her face before looking to her agitated and damp guest. I am. Gregory settled further back into his seat. That is crueler than I would have expected from you. Wondering at his game, she stammered, What do you mean? The alligator grin, the darkness about him growing, he cooed, building up his hopes that he might be more than a servant. Uncertain she grasped his meaning, but positive he had just insulted them both, Arabella cocked her head and formed her reply. If Hugh went to school, he could be. You would raise that to a gentleman. Mr. Harrow sneered, looking past her shoulder to see the boy stuttering like a fool over his lessons. Is that some sort of wayward Baroness's passing amusement? Jealous? Arabella sneered. Disgusted would be the proper term. Are you going to edify every stable boy you find on the side of the road? I, Arabella smiled, showing teeth as if she might bite him, will do whatever I please. Perhaps you should take note of him. Maybe one day you too could be a gentleman. Her insult only seemed to make the man chuckle. The tinkling of china came, and Magdala returned with refreshment, Arabella directing her housekeeper on how her guest preferred his cup. When the housekeeper retreated, Gregory stared with such energy that Arabella worked to keep the hand that held her tea from shaking. His voice came deep, too low for Parson Whit to hear. The county has long wondered how I made my fortune. how I raised myself from beggar to gentleman. It was not with the help of a benefactor, I assure you." Arabella could not help but feel her lips twitch. "I have seen you play dice. You cheated your way to it." Leaning forward, whispering her name conspiratorially, Gregory purred. "No. Try again to guess my secret, Arabella." "Are you really a pirate?" He smiled, sipping his tea. "No." "A pugilist?" "No. Your nose is too straight." She eyed a body that was still firm and brawny. "You took it. You took it from fools, from those you hate. You bullied, you stole, you walked through places like the Borough of Liverpool, where baby Mary was left on the stoop of an asylum." He was playing with her, smirking as if he knew all her secrets. "I wonder at your knowledge that the diceman was cheating all those weeks ago, and your skill at cards. The real secret, I think, is yours." "You have figured me out, Mr. Harrow," Arabella answered dryly. "I was a pirate." "I do believe you were." She had no idea why, but she laughed, finding it difficult to behave properly with his teasing. "And look at us now." A sensuous mouth formed the taunt. "You make a terrible baroness." She had to agree. "I suppose I was far more content as a pirate." "Why did you marry Baron Iliffe?" He'd struck, his purpose for the banter revealed. All the light went out of the woman. Arabella set her teacup aside and looked instead at the portrait of Gregory's mother. "I was madly in love with him." "Talk of the dead man sets you into quite a mood. Your hackles are raised, Madam Pirate," Mr. Harrow pointed out. "It was a simple question. Answer it." Cold, Arabella replied, "I desired his fortune and title." "Liar!" He watched her shift, knowing the imp was about to stand and make a run for it. "This little show in the corner, do you think it will curb my behaviour? If you move from that chair, I will make a scene before the parson. I will kiss your mouth and hold you where all of your household can see." Arabella was not sure if there was a possibility that she could feel more anger than she felt in that moment. Lips in a snarl, she hissed in a whisper, "You bloody bastard!" The man shrugged. "We have been over that point before." "Why can you not be pleasant? I know you are capable of it when you want something." "Come now, my love." He raised his teacup up for a sip, snide and arrogant as he held her attention. "Answer the question." "No." Reaching for her sewing, Arabella ignored the man, knowing he was delighted by her sulking. She kept to her chair, attending the mending and holding her tongue until the parson's lessons had ended. Playing the role of hostess, she thanked the old man, noting his almost worried glances towards Mr. Harrow while she saw him out. She knew that look. The man, like everyone else in the county, owed her landlord money, or a favour, or was simply wise enough to fear him. Walking back into the great hall to find Mr. Harrow still seated as if he belonged there, Arabella lifted the pot of cold tea and dumped it straight into his lap. Whatever anger he may have harboured for her actions was ignored, when instead of retribution, he grabbed her wrist and pulled her to sit across his thighs. Crushing his mouth against hers, he kissed her until she was breathless. It was he who left her, Mr. Harrow pushing her away when she was complacent and baffled. Gaining his feet, he walked out as if nothing at all had occurred. Chapter 9. "Come, Mary." Arabella reached up into the carriage, offering a hand to the young maid. "Let us enjoy ourselves." Dressed in a paisley frock, her hair bound in a knot with a pert bonnet atop her blonde head, Mary held tight to her mistress's hand. Once Arabella had the maid standing in the sun, the Baroness straightened Mary's fichu, tucked back a stray curl, and took the silent girl's arm in hers. "Shall we begin by walking through the village shops, or would you like to see the market first?" As usual, the girl only stared ahead. "Perhaps we should peruse the milliner." With Payne acting as chaperone, Arabella took Mary towards the hat shop. On the promenade, a few strolling redcoats already eyed them curiously, as did farmers' wives and their children. Magdala had pointedly selected her manner of dress, a costly green gown and an intricate feathered bonnet, to be seen in, the Spaniard had said, while pinning the hideous contraption to overly curled hair. Between the ugly hat and the almost indecent cut of the bodice, one glance her way, and Arabella was certain Gregory Harrow was going to laugh, and that she would be unable to keep the colour from her cheeks when he did. She looked and felt ridiculous. Passing the milliner's window, Arabella studied Mary's reflection in the glass, searching for a hint of interest. "Those combs would be lovely in your hair. Do you fancy them, Mary?" There was no reaction. "Good point. I'm sure we can find something far more interesting than combs at the fair." The sun had returned after days of late summer mist, leaving the roads cracked like an overcooked cake. Traffic was rampant, as many of Harding's outlying citizens had come to the village on the same errand. As a girl, Arabella had always loved marketplaces, the noises, the animals, the sweets she might steal. When she'd been young and hungry, the crowds had eyed her with contempt or poorly veiled malice. She'd been called names and spit upon, while the English clutched at their purses. Now she was given room out of deference. It was uncanny. Travelling merchants hawked their goods, barking while dusty wind flapped the fabric of their stalls. The items for sale ranged from pottery, root vegetables necessary for cold winter foodstuffs, pigs, horses, jewellery, fabric, everything brought into the tiny hamlet so that even the most remote subjects might enjoy the finer things the empire might offer. But there was nothing more exotic than the caravans and what the dark-skinned Romany might offer. Gypsies, reviled yet sought for their cheap goods and colourful displays, had much to offer those brave enough to trade. This would not be the first time Arabella might walk so near to what had once been her people. Secretly, she hoped to find a brown-skinned grandmother, layered with the weighty gold necklaces marking the neck of a Romany matron, to have the old woman look at her and see her for what she was. They never did. She was English now, an outsider. Her clothes were fine, perhaps the finest in the county, but Arabella found the Romany women with their full, brightly coloured skirts, embroidered tunics, and exotic jewellery more beautiful than butterflies. Drawn, the Baroness passed all decent traders, approaching a woman with bedecked fingers, waving potential customers over. "Would you like to buy some fine silver, mistress?" Arabella drank in every crease of the ageing woman's face, admiring the sun-darkened skin. So caught up was she that when a small hand tugged her sleeve, she felt nothing. The Romany trader spoke, air whistling through a gap tooth. "It's the mirror your companion wants." In the centre of the table, a silver hand mirror reflected the sky. Fashioned in the style of a bygone era, it was dented, but held a weight to it that was pleasing. "Would you like this, Mary? A trinket to take home?" Lifting the gilded glass, the Baroness angled the mirror so Mary could look into it. Mary made no move, but her eyes did land upon the shining thing. "Then I shall make it yours." Handing the object to the gypsy, Arabella set out to discuss price, but her words stuttered. She stopped speaking entirely, staring down at the goods left on the table. There were so many things displayed from so many places. Even if the Romani were reviled, there was no keeping them out. Every English city saw them, where they moved amongst the lowest circles and were ignored by the highest. As a girl, even Arabella had travelled to almost every corner of Britain, London, Bath, the places as an adult she feared to go. With a tightening in her chest, Arabella executed a half-hatched idea. Eyes back on the waiting trader, she said, "I'll have the mirror. I will have everything upon your table if—" "If?" The old woman grinned, hungry to make much-needed coin. A high-pitched greeting ended further negotiations. "How very brave you are, Lady Iliffe, bartering with a gypsy." Lily waved her fan, breaking through the crowd to join her. Forcing a smile, Arabella answered, "Good afternoon, Miss Jenkins." As pretty as ever, Lily began perusing the wares, knocking things about as she picked through odds and ends. "How much of this do you think was stolen?" Arabella did not laugh in return. "If you find these goods beneath you, then perhaps you should move to a different stall." Undaunted by the lady's reprimand, Lily grew sly. "But you never know just what treasures the gypsies might possess." Slender gloved fingers lowered into a box of tangled jewellery, a victorious smile upon an angelic face when she lifted out something truly unique. "And it seems I have found something." A silver ring winked in the sun, dimmed by time and hammered into a crescent moon. Just the sort of ring Gregory had spoken of buried under crescent barrows. "After the tale Mr. Harrow shared, I would find it an ill omen," Arabella warned. "Be wise and choose something else." "No." Lily was too fond of her game to give it up. "I simply must have it." She turned her grin to the Romany trader. "I will give you 3 pence for the ring." The old woman would not let the trinket go for less than 5. With a devilish smirk, Lily turned to Arabella and caught up her hand. Removing the Baroness's glove, she slid the ring on her finger. "My gift to you, your ladyship." It was the kind of backhanded mockery the Baroness had come to expect from Lily. Should she refuse the ring, it would be rude. Should she accept it, it would only invite future trouble. "It fits as if made for you," Lily giggled, holding the unfashionable inferiority of the plain ring nearer her eyes for inspection. "How well it looks!" The modest band shone all the brighter against her tawny skin, but Arabella ignored it, seeking to be rid of the girl. "Have you come with your family, Miss Jenkins? Shall I have Payne escort you back to your brother?" Nose in the air, Lily offered her most bored expression. "Edmund and Lizzie are only a few stalls down, digging through musty books." "Lily!" Lizzie on his tail, Edmund pushed through the crowd, scowling at his renegade sister. "You must not wander off in these crowds." "Oh, but look what drew me away." Lily offered a coy smirk. "It is Lady Iliffe. I simply could not resist her." Edmund's disapproval left the craggy face of the gypsy matron his sister had dared to barter with, softening at the sight of Arabella. "Good afternoon, your ladyship." A gentle reprimand followed. "We have been expecting you daily." Lily scoffed. "Really, Edmund?" Arabella had given her word to return to Stonewall Grove for dancing lessons, and had not kept her word. "There was much to do in preparation for the market. You must forgive me." Lizzie was all smiles, thrilled to have stumbled upon her friend. "And now you have 3 seasoned neighbours to assist you." "Today I have promised dear Mary all my attention." Recognizing the mute girl must be introduced, Arabella smiled. "Miss Mary Abbey is an important member of my household. Mary, this is Mr. Jenkins, Miss Jenkins, and Miss Lizzie, friends of mine." Nothing changed in the maid, yet Arabella patted her arm warmly, as if everything were natural. "Mr. Jenkins is the gentleman who thought your cooking so fine, he believed you were French. It was a great compliment. Lily's angelic face turned towards the silent partner glued to the Baroness's side, examining the simple frock and unadorned hat with contempt. "Your maid is simple." Stomaching Lily's slights when they were directed at herself was easy. Swallowing down her anger once it was Mary under fire was impossible. Arabella took a step closer to Mary's persecutor. "Miss Mary is a woman of few words, but great ability. You will ask forgiveness of my friend." Lily shrank, immediately stammering something as near to an apology a girl like her could manage. Edmund was unsure how to smooth the insult. "Would you and your companion like to join us, Lady Iliffe?" "Perhaps later." A hollow smile was offered. "Thank you." "I insist." Edmund offered to take her other arm. "I shall be servant to you fine ladies, and between us, whatever you need will be found all the more quickly." What Arabella needed was a private conversation with the Romany trader watching the exchange with interest. But that was not to be. Edmund was not giving up the opportunity to have her on his arm. Edmund Jenkins, with his light hair, his fair, unblemished skin, was as English as an Englishman could be. How did he not see that she was brown-skinned, that she was of the very stock of trader he had sneered at? Would he still offer friendship once he knew? Would he be afraid of her, ashamed to have called her friend? Probably, yes. Arabella was not going to be led off. "My business with this merchant is incomplete. I have offered to buy the mirror for Mary." Edmund could only stand silently as Arabella pulled her arm from his so she might open her reticule. The Romany wrapped the silver in sackcloth, coin was exchanged, the packet handed to Payne, and still the Jenkins siblings lingered. There was no getting rid of them. "Are you considering chastising me for bartering with the old woman?" Her arm was caught up again, and Edmund directed the party towards the less controversial tents where ladies' goods were offered. "Yes." Arabella let out an exasperated sigh. Ignoring the watching eyes of his sisters, Edmund put his hand to where her fingers rested upon the nook of his elbow. "Far be it from me to question the intentions of a noblewoman. Just promise me you won't try to run away with their circus." Laughing, Arabella shook her head. If he only knew. "Now you are teasing too much. I am not one of your sisters." His voice dropped lower, Edmund agreeing wholeheartedly. "I do not think of you as I would think of a sister." Unsure how to respond to the tone or implication, unsure if there was an implication, Arabella blushed. He could not actually be pursuing her, or flirting, if he was even flirting. She had no fortune, no land, and her dower would cease the instant she married. He had to know that. Eavesdropping, a supremely pleased Lizzie grinned. This would not do. Looking for a sharp change of topics, green eyes flicked back towards the colourful tent Edmund thought to lead her from, a place where a few young women of the lower classes lingered while working up the courage to go inside. Arabella knew what waited inside those fabric walls, and from the small red string she'd seen tied around Lily's left wrist, Miss Jenkins knew too. "You wear a love knot, Miss Jenkins. What mysteries did the seer reveal to you?" "Lily!" Edmund barked at his sister, dropping Arabella's hand to deal with the issue at hand. Lily blanched. Arabella saw her chance. "Oh, hush, Mr. Jenkins. All the girls sneak off to the tent. It's part of the fun of the fair." And clearly she was very discreet, if even her well-meaning and attentive older brother did not notice. Do not ruin the day for her because you are male and do not understand. It was obvious the man wanted to rail at his sister. Reaching out a gloved hand, Arabella squeezed Edmund's forearm. "It is just silliness. I will prove it." Brushing past the family, leaving Mary to Payne's care, Arabella openly approached the colourful fortune-telling tent, and pulled the drape. The panel fell, the Baroness concealed in a dark room rich with the scent of herbs and tobacco smoke. She took the single waiting chair. A blind crone, wrapped in shawls, called, "Welcome, honoured mistress." Looking into rheumy eyes, coins were handed over, her gloves removed, and the game began. Gnarled fingers traced the shape of her poor silver ring, of her calluses from labour and the holding of reins, and from that alone placed her class and distinction below her station. For 5 minutes the woman cooed out the same nonsense she told all the other girls who entered the tent, a script she knew herself. When the fortune-telling ended, Arabella did not rise from the seat. She leaned closer, taking a grip of the old woman's hand while whispering in their shared language. "I will marry no farmer. There will be no 6 children, or eternal happiness, though the tale was lovely." The seer stiffened, nervous. "Who are you?" Arabella's voice caught. "A baroness." Lifting the old woman's hand to the small ringlets at her temple, Arabella let the gypsy finger the strands, and then the multitude of feathers in her hat. "But before my father sold me to an Englishman as a wife, I was once like you." Withered hands moved to trace the lines of her face, arthritic fingers stinking of tallow following the shape of her nose. "And your husband?" 3 years dead. "A woman without a husband is incomplete." "Is that what I am?" Utter contempt saturated Arabella's every word. "If I am incomplete, then what are those who turned me away from their fires when I begged them to save me from a man who beat me, a man who let his friends use me? I wonder what it makes you and all Romany." Curses were very real, and Arabella was tired of carrying hers alone. "It makes every last one of you in debt to me." Before the old woman could respond, Arabella stood. "I have a proposition for your people, and will bring gold to your fires tonight, a great deal of gold. In exchange, I'm going to ask for very little." The crone's voice held fear. "What is it you want?" "To be able to sleep at night." Arabella had nothing else to say. She left the tent as abruptly as she'd entered. As if nothing was amiss, the Baroness went straight to her friends, smiling beautifully. "As you see, Mr. Jenkins, I am unscathed, though I now know that I will marry the King of Prussia." Lizzie laughed behind her hand. Even Lily's lips twitched, but it was Edmund's reaction that mattered. The man sighed. "Where is the string for your wrist?" Arabella offered a shrug. "I am afraid I will have to disappoint the Prussian king. I do not wish to marry again. In fact, I paid her extra for a chant so that I might never meet him." "Do you not wish for children?" Edmund asked, unaccustomarily grim. "Are you in agreement with the gypsy? Should I seek out King Frederick?" Edmund seemed ready to speak on the subject. Unfortunately, another spoke first. "And now we will know her true intent. The Baroness seeks to be a queen." Biting her lower lip, Arabella turned to find Mr. Harrow lounging in the shadows. He was positively humid. "Good afternoon, Mr. Harrow." Sitting atop a low wall, he smirked. He did not stand or bow, simply purred her title in a way that set her teeth on edge. "Good afternoon, Arabella, Baroness of Iliffe, and future Queen of Prussia." "Perhaps you should visit the tent, Mr. Harrow," Arabella replied. "I hear gypsies are skilled in summoning ghosts. You could exorcise the white woman who haunts my home." "No." Chapter 10. Creeping downstairs amidst a slumbering household, Arabella appeared as a ghost of her past. The long plaits she'd worn in her hair as a girl hung to her waist. Dressed in her shabbiest gown and cloak, she unhinged the door and snuck into the dark in search of her horse. Pain was not to know what she was about. He would try to stop her, or go with her, and she could not allow either possibility. The man was too large, his appearance too unique to move in the shadows unrecognized as she could. Alone on Mamioro's back, her midnight race could be conducted quickly before any might know she was gone. There could be no lantern, so she had to trust the stars. She could not be seen, so there were no roads to keep her safe from bogs. All she had as protection was the desperation of a woman with a dangerous idea. An idea that might help keep her and those she loved from ruin. She was breathless by the time the fires of the fairgrounds winked in the distance. Mamioro's coat had foamed, his heavy pants too loud for her to ride him any closer. She left the stallion to graze at a distance and veiled her hair and face with a hood. The young Romany men sat skirting the edges of camp, gambling with those Englishmen brave enough to play their cut-throat games. 1 foot before the other, Arabella marched past their tables, straight to the centre of the caravans, as if she had a right to be there. Beyond the hung washing, in the corner set aside for family life, for chores and cooking, the old seer, the silver peddler, and a man with shining oiled curls waited. They eyed her warily, as did the other women and children, the old and young men, but none moved to stop her intrusion. She was expected and equally unwelcome. Carrying 5 times the amount of coin her demonic husband had tossed at her father's feet, Arabella held her head high. The man, arms crossed over his chest, stared meanly when Arabella took a seat at their fire. "The outcast I have heard so much of today." He shifted his weight to get a better look at her. "You were not invited to sit." Her back to the villagers, she pulled down her hood and showed the man her face. "My name is Arabella. My father, Niku Karala, sold me at the age of 15 to a noble. He let them drag me to a church in the middle of the night, where a clergyman was pulled from bed to see through a farce. My father let a stranger mount me over the altar seconds after I was forced to make vows to an outsider everyone knew was mad. And my father laughed when he saw virgin blood on my wedding gown." Arabella rubbed a hand over her face, working to gather her temper. "After things were done to me I cannot repeat, with children so near, I found a chance to flee. I fled back to my people. They would not look at me." Even after so many years, the pain of that memory cut deep. "Not one of them tried to stop him when my father dragged me back to Baron Iliffe." Clearing his throat, the man frowned. "What is it you want?" This was her chance to do more than pretend to be a baroness. She threw the heavy sack of coin toward the man. "The death of my husband did not lift my curse. His successor finds my Romany blood a shame upon the Iliffe name. For 3 years I have run from his threats. I am tired of running, but I know that once he finds me, I will die. I need to know when, where, and how he intends to do it." The silver peddler gave a gap-toothed smile. "My grandson, Ian, is handsome, is he not?" Narrowing her eyes, Arabella nodded in agreement with the crone. With his long curling hair and strong jaw, the man at the fire was well built and virile. It changed nothing. "You may remarry into our clan and rejoin your people. The English would forget about you." It was the seer who made the offer, her unseeing eyes pointed at the fire. "That is how you will find your way again." Arabella shook her head, laughing to the point it was an insult. "You think I will reject your offer because I bear a title that commands respect from the English? You are wrong. I reject it because it is not only my life that is threatened. My household would suffer. I will not leave those who have been loyal to me without protection. Your caravan cannot shield us all." Green eyes locked on Iron, her warning for him. "More importantly, your grandson cannot want me and would only accept such a flawed wife to fulfill his duty to family. I made that mistake once. You should desire better for him." Ion was no more interested in the prospect of marriage than she. Weighing the laden pouch, he asked, "What became of your father?" "He thought to demand more money from Baron Iliffe for returning me." Arabella needed this man to understand the danger. "His arguments were silenced by a blade through the heart. My husband killed him right in front of me." For long minutes he watched her through the sparks and crackling tips of the flames. There was a great sum of gold in his hand, almost enough to buy the soul of a man, but he was unmoved. Arabella had not made the risk of coming to this place to leave empty-handed. She grew desperate. "This is only the first payment. I will give you everything I have, if that is what it takes." Ion's lips ticked up at the corner, dark eyes glittering in the firelight. "I'll take your coin. Tell me what I need to know." "In London, you'll find my husband's successor, Lord William Dalton." For hours, Arabella spoke of secrets, of places she feared and men who had hurt her. She told Ion everything, a gypsy seer and gap-toothed trader as witness. She spoke until she found there were no words left, and then she stood to leave. But there was a pair of black eyes watching from the edge of the grounds, where men threw dice and drank, still as carved earth. Gregory made it clear in one dark gaze he knew who she was. She turned to him so he might watch her cover her hair, so he might know he was correct, that it was her, the pirate, and that he could do nothing with such knowledge that would not bring him disgrace. Walking past wide-eyed children, past women who no longer sneered, Arabella merged into the night, feeling like bones left out in the sun, like the colour had been bleached from her. She was the white woman, as Gregory had claimed. A shrill whistle, a Mamioro ran to her, the very prize horse that had stomped her husband almost to death. Astride his back, she set off, but not in the furious gallop that had brought her to the caravans. Slowly, she rode towards her stone warren, back to a place no Romany would ever abide in, a place that would never move or rock in the wind. A tomb. His voice was severe and cutting. "Had any recognized you, you would have been cast out. What game is it you think you are playing?" She'd heard him ride up, having known he would follow her, but Arabella did not spare Gregory Harrow a glance. He turned his gelding, cutting off her stallion's path. "No noble's title would protect you from the slander of these people if you were exposed in such a way. You would be hounded. Men would be free to touch you, especially as you are young and unmarried. Farmers would not trade with a gypsy or your servants. Shops would not take your custom. Your safety would be forfeit." Gnashing his teeth, he growled, "Are you not happy on the moors?" "My lineage is not a secret in London." Utterly drained, Arabella refused to argue. With a heavy sigh, she shook her head. "It is only a matter of time before the news reaches Harding." "You think I did not already know what you were, that I did not suspect the second I saw you on the bluff, or heard the Romany curse for which you named your horse. How about how well you cheat at cards, the way you ride? No matter how much silk you drape yourself in, no matter how much you pretend to be one of them, you are not." She agreed. "A Romany baroness and a bastard gentleman. Are we not the sorry pair?" "Are we not, indeed?" She raised her eyes to his, and before she might protest, Gregory reached out and hooked her waist. There was no struggle when he pulled her from her monstrous horse to tuck her safely across his thighs. Strong arm fast about her middle, Gregory set off with his prize. She didn't struggle, curse him, or scream. Instead, she tucked her face against his neck and closed her eyes. He took her safely around bogs that would sink a horse and rider, her stallion following his mistress. It was not until they were deep into his lands that he slowed his pace. At the foot of the spire where they'd first met, Gregory dismounted. He pulled her from the saddle and lay the stiff woman down on a bed of heather. Braced over her body, he breathed against her lips. "Shall I build you a fire?" The wind was blocked by the outcrop. The devil sprawled over her body, hot as pitch. "No." Gregory pulled the tie between her breasts, having given her the one chance to refuse. "You'll be cold." There were no further pointless questions or demands for explanations, just slow touch and a sucking kiss. When his hands delved under the thin fabric that bloused over her breasts, when the pressure of full lips left her mouth and sucked a trail of searing heat down her neck, Arabella found her hands in his hair. "To see you alone in that place." Though his touch was gentle, his voice was furious. "Never go there again." The feel of his mouth warming her skin, Arabella sighed to the stars. "I am not afraid of the Romany." "Fear the men who visit the gypsies to gamble, drink, and leer at dancing. One of them might have followed you from the caravan." "One of them did." She didn't want to talk of the Romany or of dangerous men. She'd talked enough for one night. All Arabella wanted was to lie in the flowers and forget. Pulling his head from her breast, Gregory warned, "You wanted to go with me. You knew where I would bring you. And you need what I'm going to do to you." "And what are you going to do?" Apathy was replaced with apprehension. Arabella sat up, half trapped under the weight of a tutting man. The bodice of her worn dress hung open, the sleeve hanging to her elbow. At the look on her face, Gregory set a kiss to her bare shoulder, his fingers teasing the fabric to her waist. "Anything I want." He pressed her down, and with a huff of air her back hit the ground. Arabella gave up. She let him touch her anywhere he wished, kept her eyes shut tight, and refused to think. Such time was taken in the movement of his hands on her body. Where his palms ran, her skin tingled, muscles relaxing even as her heart raced. Every inch of flesh he uncovered, Gregory licked, sucked, bit, or kissed. He had her trembling, her breath hitching with simple pleasures long before he began to hitch up her skirt. There was something in the weight of his body, how he moved his hips against her, that took away what had left her unhappy. Whatever words he growled into her skin were lost in the feeling of him, her answering moans forgotten the moment they passed her lips. He shifted lower. A noise caught in her throat, one she could hardly name, when he caught up the tip of her breast between his teeth. Coal-black hair tangled in her fingertips. Arabella clung, welcoming the heat. The pull of his mouth and the tug of her nipple sparked down her spine to that place between her legs. It grew like an ache, throbbing and building between her thighs, and yet it sang to her, urging her to spread her legs and let him settle in a way that would leave her at his mercy. Husky, he whispered over her, "Look at me, Arabella." The instant she opened her eyes, his fingers crept down her belly. She wanted to roll back her head, to feel the way he spread her slickness and teased her lower lips, but his eyes commanded her total attention. Jaw loose, she panted like a dog, keening when a single finger pushed inside. He did not make her speak to him, not so long as she kept her lust-drugged gaze on his face. Instead, he worked in and out of her, his thumb atop the small bundle that made her squirm. Circling that nub, flicking it in time with the roll of her hips, a man bearing the beauty and morals of Lucifer brought Arabella closer and closer to the edge. At the moment her insides clenched in refusal, when her knees were shaking and her mouth was wide open, Gregory pulled his touch away. Grinning like a wolf licking blood from his muzzle, down went his head, and higher went her skirt. He had his tongue lapping her cunny before she knew what was coming. Her instinct to fight him off solved nothing. Pinning her hands beside her hips, Gregory's shoulders forced her thighs obscenely open. He feasted at his leisure. Her screams were lost in the night, for there were no farms near enough to catch the wail of the white woman. Not in her belly tightening until her back bowed, Arabella found there was no throwing him off. Not when her hips moved in time with his flicking tongue. Not when she was imploring him for God knows what. When it tore through her, when he sucked at her nub and lashed it with his tongue, she howled like a banshee. Still, he did not stop. Lapping her up, the flat of his tongue laved her, rasping over every inch until the fight went out of her body, and she was his to do with as he pleased. Crawling over her splayed figure, he took her lips and let her taste what he'd taken such pleasure in. When some fragment of sanity returned, when her vision cleared, she panted, "What did you do to me?" Laughing darkly, he set his mouth to her ear and said, "Something I hope you'll do to me some day." Gregory wasted no time working his trousers down his hips and setting the head of his cock against the swollen flesh he'd just tasted. "But right now, it is not your mouth I need." He was not as calm as his voice might suggest. Thick and heavy, he pushed deep inside her. One surge, and he'd growled, tensing to the point his muscles shook. Unknowingly, Arabella squeezed around his girth, and the man lost control. He rut so hard and fast, all she could manage was to cling to the demon, hell-bent on sucking the breath from lungs. Gregory fucked ruthlessly, took everything he needed, and in that pounding, wild coupling, Arabella came alive. When that consuming feeling began to creep up, when what stretched her open and made her tender began to grow, she called to him as if he might save her. Like one possessed, Gregory reared, his cock kicked inside her, and began to spill. She felt every pulse, squeezing around him as if to drain him dry, and it was not enough. Not until he put his fingers to her nipple and pinched roughly. Arabella's body turned on her, when pleasure and pain twisted into one, coming apart for Gregory just as he demanded. Between wild breaths, his lips pressed to the valley between her breasts, his tongue lapping the salt of sweat. He kissed her collarbones, her neck, her jaw, before leaning up to find her eyes. They were full, confused and mystified, wounded and comforted. Tracing her mouth with his, Gregory grew victorious. "That is the full measure of a woman's pleasure, imp. I gave that to you." Boneless, mind blank, Arabella lay upon the heather, caught in the arms of the devil, and smiled. Waking in scented grasses, under the roving hands of a man hotter than a furnace, Arabella groaned. The world smelled of wool and leather, of horse and sweat, the woman taking deep breaths each time large fingers kneaded the right spot on her spine. Unnaturally content, her arm thrown around his middle, they shared his greatcoat, each ignoring the accumulating mist. They had slept like vagabonds under the stars, or she had. Arabella was uncertain if Gregory had ceased stroking her once. "What a lazy imp you are." That gentle murmur did not belong to the man she knew. Raising her head, she found inky eyes waiting. Her fingers crept like a spider to where his shirt spread open, the cravat having been tossed aside the second, softer time he'd ridden her. Ever so cautiously, Arabella spread fabric to see he was not pale beneath the many layers called for by English civility. She traced every inch she could reach, running her fingertips up the muscled line of his neck to the stubble on his jaw, smirking lightly at the texture. Romany men do not shave as often as the English do. Tracing the lines of his face, the angle of his jaw, the straight nose and expressive brow, she admired his beauty. Seeing you this way, you could almost be one of them. Would it please you if I was? She paused in her exploration and met his eyes, considering her answer. I do not think it would please you. My mother flung herself from a window shortly after my birth. No soul knows who fathered me. I very well could be. She heard deeper disquiet, concealed with the conversational conceit of one who feigned not to care. My mother left when I was small. She was not Romany, and my father drank a great deal, for all I know. She has a new family, pale children that would not disgrace her as I would have, had she taken me with her. The tight brows returned, the man's face dark. What was her name? Shaking her head, Arabella explained. When someone leaves, it's as if they never were. They are never spoken of. The most I remember of her was her hair. Grunting, Mr. Harrow's fingers spread wide and gathered a bunch of waves to admire. Red? The memory was a nice one. Arabella smiled softly. Fairer than mine. Pretty. Carding his fingers through a streak of crimson, Gregory toyed with the loose strands. This is the imp, I know. Barefoot, hair wild. He looked down where her bodice hung at her neck for a full view of breast. Wanton. His teasing made her laugh. I was never wanton. I stand to disagree. Playfulness fading, arms like fetters tightened around her. Gregory grew hard. Arabella, if you go back to the caravans, I will set them ablaze. There will be no fireside chats or bartering with vagrant men. Do you understand me? There were so many replies clicking on her tongue, so many ways she thought to bite. Instead, she stared hard at those impossible eyes, looking at the man holding her in the heather, and knowing he was capable of every last threat. So was she. Speak to me that way again, Gregory, and Crescent Barrows will lie vacant in the blink of an eye. Where I'd go, you'd never find me. Her temper did not move him. You say London knows where you are. That wave will crash here in gossip and tale-telling. But to be seen in the gowns you despise, covered in spangles and feathers when it comes, is a far cry different than rubbing locals' faces in the fraudulent liar you are. Growing flushed with anger, hating what she'd heard, Arabella hissed. What lies? Gregory was not one to back down. I would make their lives ash, Arabella. Leave them scattered on the winds, broken. Do not take another sack of coin to the gypsy camp. Foolish charity will destroy you. I did not go to the caravans out of charity. He was having none of her elusive phrasing or attempts to scramble away. You invite more trouble than you prevent, throwing coin at strangers. Trouble? What did he know of trouble? Green eyes snapped to his, weighted with horrific experiences a man could only imagine. You want to know why I married Baron Iliffe? My father sold me to him. His expression softened, his grip reduced in strength and altered in implication. Dragging his attention over her face brought wickedness to his eye, but it was not the playful kind. Point made, a large hand caught hers to hold up what shined on her finger. What is this, I wonder? Irritated by the change of subject, Arabella grumbled. "A gift Lily foisted on me at the fair. I forgot it was there." He toyed with the silver band. "You are very difficult to please, but so effortless to taunt. How easily she pokes at you, and you let her do it." Fingering the cheap bauble, Gregory pinched the band and slipped it off her finger, transferring it onto his pinky to inspect in the dawn. "I shall keep it." The dull metal looked far richer against the tanness of his hands, but that did not stop her from reaching for it. "You think I don't know what you're doing?" Making a fist so Arabella could not slip it off, Gregory asked, "What if I were to wear it in front of her?" Arabella tried in vain to pry his fingers open. "I won't be a party to your petty games. Give it back." "No." Shoving the chuckling man off, Arabella stood and kicked him roundly. "Keep it, and may the curse take you." Chapter 11. Crescent Barrow's knocker sounded off the warped door, echoing with a dull bang, as if the manor were full of only shadows and dust. The clatter of Magdala's clogs, loud on the flagstones, soon put that image to rest. She opened the portal and invited the landlord inside. "Where is your mistress?" Handing his hat and gloves to the woman, Gregory scowled. Magdala answered with her usual severity. "My lady is out, Mr. Harrow." "Out?" He enunciated the word as if it were foreign. "And just where would out be?" Magdala did not answer, heading towards the great hall for the gentleman to follow. "Would you care for a cup of tea while you warm yourself by the fire?" "I have no interest in your tea." He looked around the room for some sign of the missing imp. "My interest solely lies in where Lady Iliffe is hiding." Magdala motioned to the room's best chair and said not a word. "Shall I guess, then?" Mr. Harrow sat back with a suggestive smile. Gregory had called after he had given her time to think over her temper and his threats, after he had washed and dressed, but found she had not returned from the moors. So the man had gone straight to the caravans. The imp was not there either, and the Romany were already packing up to leave. There was no sign of her on the grasslands, no black smear of her horse running to and fro. Nothing for 2 days. "Seeing as I called yesterday and made it clear I wished to see her today, imagine my surprise when I find she is still not in. It leads me to believe that she is hiding from me, or that in regard to the imp's location, you do not know." An agitated breath came from the woman. "It is her ladyship's way." Closing his eyes, as if being tried by the most obnoxious of children, he took a deep breath. "It is her way." Black eyes flashed open and levelled venom at the housekeeper. "And just what way is that?" If not for the tiny pinch of her skirt, it would have been almost impossible to see Magdala's concealed disquiet. "When the mood has passed, she will grow hungry and return." "From where, pray?" He sucked his teeth before a wicked grin spread his lips. "I have changed my mind. I will have some of your delightful tea, and you shall have the silent one make up a room for me. The southwest suite overlooking the courtyard. Furthermore, I prefer pork for dinner." All was spoken with derision, Mr. Harrow lifting the nearest discarded book and settling in like lord and master. "And since you seem to be unable to control your little mistress, when she gets back, I will put her over my knee and beat some sense into her." Shoulders stiff, her face angry, Magdala left the room. Supper came. Roast chicken was served to the gentleman sitting by the fire, the angry landlord still at vigil. He counted the servants. All were there, the brawny dark one, Magdala, the silent thin Mary. Even Hugh slunk around with his books and papers once chores were done. But they seemed unsettled, out of balance, with no mistress in the house. Expecting to hear Mamioro's hooves on the gravel at any moment, all retired, except Mr. Harrow, the man pacing as if the sheer will he exercised would manifest Arabella. It did not. When the hour was well past midnight, he set the finished book aside and glanced to see the portrait of his mother. There was not a trace of that woman in him, not a single line or detail. He should know. When he was young, he had stared at the picture often enough. He hated that portrait. His drudge up the stairs echoed off stone walls. He found his bedchamber, pulled off his boots, cravat, jacket and waistcoat, and reclined upon the mattress. Having forgotten the noise of the shrill wind tripping across the corner of the stone manor, having forgotten the never-ending rattle against the panes, he closed his eyes. Just as sleep was about to take him, hooves clattered in the yard, the sound almost lost in the ruckus. Gregory shot out of bed, eyes at the window to see her dismount. Feet bare of boots, he crept silently, knowing where to step to avoid the creak of old wood, and how to slip quickly to evade the beatings of his uncle should he have been seen in his younger days. Arabella entered the house as if nothing were amiss. Setting the fastenings of her cape free and tossing it onto the bench, she went straight to the fire of the great hall. The African servant showed himself at once, as if he too had known the second she had returned. Tossing herself in the large leather chair, she ignored the gentle rebuke in Payne's rumbling voice. "It is late." "Dear Payne." Soft green eyes matched the look of apologetic admiration on her face. Clenching his jaw in the dark, recognizing her familiarity with the man, Mr. Harrow watched a woman who hesitated to touch men, who hesitated to touch even himself, allow her servant to take her hand. The burly African had more to say. "You worry Magdala when you do not return overnight, Arabella." "Everything I do worries Magdala." Payne spoke gently, yet admonished like a father. "And just where have you been?" "I went to the caravans and spoke with the Romany." Smirking, Arabella tried to keep the mood light. "They offered me a handsome husband, though he was not eager to have a baroness for a wife." There was more than concern in Payne's question. "And you have been with this man for 3 nights?" "No. I paid £50 to Ion. In exchange, he is to go to London and act as a spy. He will report on William Dalton's doings." Letting out a tired breath, Arabella confessed to where she'd been. "For the past 2 days, I've been watching the roads. The caravans went north, Ion went south. I needed to see for myself before I might believe." Payne kneeled before her, lowering slowly. "You should have taken me with you, Arabella." "It is safe enough on Mr. Harrow's land. No one would dare cross it out in the open, as I do. I wasn't seen." She leaned closer, eyes wide as she pled for his understanding. "After all these years, maybe you were right, Payne." Arabella held his hands tight. "There might be a way to survive." Payne broke in, offering the easy alternative to subterfuge in place of violence. "Dalton may be satisfied if your dower were to end. Marry the handsome gypsy, return to your people." Arabella shook her head. "That's not what I meant. I could never." "Then marry an Englishman." The man argued so earnestly, so lovingly, his lady smiled. "Have children. Be happy." "You know that is impossible." Arabella stood and began pacing. "I could not provide for you if I lost my widow's dower from the Iliffe estate. Hugh could not go to school. And who would take Mary? Married, I would be completely in a man's power again. Furthermore, once the public discovered where I came from, the things he did, it would ruin any family I tied myself to.
If a man loved you, he would fight for you.
Struck, she looked at her friend and scowled deeply. Do you really think one of them would ever love me if they knew how many noblemen had used me? If they heard even one depraved story? And we both know they're all true. From the look on Payne's face, the subtle stiffening of his brow, it was clear he was angry with her phrasing.
But they are not true. I was there. Benjamin Iliffe was a monster.
Nodding, Arabella went to her friend. But you ended it. You pulled me out of the dark.
Listen, Arabella. If you will not allow me to kill him, standing up to Durton may buy a few years, but nothing is guaranteed. You are admired now. With Mr. Gregg's help, an advantageous marriage could be arranged to keep you safe. A strong family would protect your reputation out of their own interest. Edmund Jenkins.
Never! Narrowing her eyes, Arabella barked. How could you even suggest such a thing?
Not all men are monsters, Arabella.
No, she agreed, pushing tangled hair off her face. But a good one should not be cursed with me.
You are speaking nonsense.
Gentle, despite her agitation, Arabella said, You are blind to my faults because you love me.
And you love me.
He rarely smiled, but as he spoke, Payne's satisfaction with her words was obvious. Teasing, she admonished, Should I marry you?
I will not have you.
She laughed, trying to ignore her churning stomach. The Romany can help us in a way Griggs cannot. Ion can go places, listen in on servants. He may uncover something of use to us.
Or this Ion may take the money and run. Just because he headed toward London does not mean he kept his word.
True, Arabella agreed, and had worked to assure that that might not be the outcome. But I offered more gold. I can sell my gowns, the horses, the carriage, my hair.
Enough.
Payne silenced her. Offering her his candle, he ordered that she go to bed.
Take care, should you choose to wander the house tonight. Mr. Harrow is sleeping upstairs.
With a rush of anxiety, her words jumbled. Was he unwell? Hurt? Why is he here? She could hide nothing from him, but neither could she meet his eyes when Payne said,
He arrived again today to see you, and refused to leave until you returned.
I see. Taking the candle, Arabella climbed the stairs and walked right past the man in question. Unaware, he was pressed back in the shadows, having heard every word of the devoted pair's conversation. Behind the screen in Arabella's room, Magdala had left her a hip tub filled for her use. Setting her candle aside, the Baroness ignored the almost spent fire and began tugging at the laces on the front of her bodice. When the door opened behind her, she sent her servant away. It's late. Go back to bed, Magdala. I will tend to myself. While she struggled with a knot, Gregory put his hands on her shoulders, his fingers curling around the bones. She went stiff as a corpse as he turned her about. There was no conversation. Batting aside her hands, he tore the knot, unlacing the homespun roughness of her dress until the filthy thing fell to the floor. His gaze unabashedly surveyed her exposed figure until furious pitch eyes found hers, the look in them frightening. He motioned for her to go to the tub. She obeyed. Watching her, his elbows on his knees, Gregory took a seat on the edge of her bed while Arabella scrubbed away days' worth of dirt. As the water was no longer warm and she was nervous, she did not linger. Reaching for the nearby linen, she dried herself and reached for the night rail laid out on the bed. The glaring male's weight was upon it. Gregory making no move to set it free. Exposed, Arabella hung her head and gripped the trapped fabric. "I'm cold." He took her wrist, pulling her hand away from the gown. "Look at me." After several painful heartbeats, she raised her head. The way he was looking at her, Arabella wanted to hide. Not from what he was doing, but from knowing he must have overheard the shameful things she'd spoken of with pain. Knowing he would see her as foul. Harrow's voice was hard, his expression harder. "Who were the other men?" His tone cut. Silent tears fell. All she could do was shake her head and confess. "His friends. Anyone Benjamin wanted something from or owed something to. I can't tell you how many. I don't know." Releasing her wrist, Gregory placed a solid hand to her waist and pulled her to stand between his spread thighs. He looked murderous. "Get into bed." She took a guarded step back before scrambling under the covers. When he crawled in behind her, she had not expected such a thing. Nor had she anticipated the heat of the arm that pulled her beneath a body as naked as her own. A possessive caress followed a guttural proclamation. "It changes nothing." Trying to read the man's face, lit only by the light of one small candle, she whispered, "I don't understand." "I know." And gentle lips brushed hers, searing, and nothing like the aggression he'd unleashed on her body in the moors. When the first stir of waking came upon him, Gregory reached for the woman at his side, eager to possess her again before the household was up. Searching fingers found only cold linen, not a cool, soft body. She was not there. Leaning up on an elbow, he scanned the dawn shadows and found the filthy garments had vanished, and his clothing, even the items he had left in his room, were folded neatly nearby. Once dressed, Mr. Harrow walked silently down the passageway in search of the missing imp. Near the stairway, sounds of soft murmured speech between women floated up from below stairs. "Drink your tea, my lady, before it grows colder." Mr. Harrow found Arabella sitting in the large leather chair, her chin in her hand as she looked toward the fire. Magdala hovered nearby, watching her mistress brood. "Drink." "Your foul tea is the least of my concerns at this moment, Magdala." The older woman cocked her head. "I cannot advise you if you do not explain." Slowly, pools of shining green looked up at the woman. "No, you cannot." Magdala tried to speak gently and failed. "Shall I fetch pain?" Throwing up her hands, Arabella barked. "Fetch more tea. Fetch something. Just leave me in peace. It is too early in the day for so many questions." Magdala paused, scowled at the tight-lipped woman before leaving the room. Seeking distraction, Arabella came to her feet and stepped nearer the hearth, her gaze turning to the portrait of the woman. Their expressions were a match at that moment, both a little lost, both trapped. From the shadowy stairs, Gregory spoke. "Her name was Emily." Arabella turned her head and did her best to hide what she was feeling. "A beautiful name." Closing the distance between them, he stared hard into her eyes. "You could not have slept more than a few hours." "I seldom do." She frowned a little and looked back toward the fire. His voice dropped lower as he tugged a loose curl by her temple. "You slept the night full on the moors with me." She seemed to be considering the memory, a little line forming between her brows. "Please don't be unpleasant." Lowering his chin to his chest, black eyes smouldered. "If you would have remained in bed like a good girl, I would have made it very pleasant for you." "Yes, it would have scandalized my Magdala," Arabella said quietly, aware the housekeeper was near enough to hear every word. "Unless, of course,
That was your intention. I told her yesterday that I was going to put you over my knee. She seemed to approve.
Backing her into her chair, Mr. Harrow made it clear she better stay put before claiming the seat across.
I believe she would also approve of what I did to you last night. Why don't you ask her?
Her face went pink and her voice unsteady. Pain would trounce you. I suggest you keep your mouth shut. He had the nerve to chuckle.
It is fortunate you enjoy haunting a house I know intimately. Think of how easily I can slip in and out.
Though Arabella had dressed herself in one of her new gowns, she'd mussed the laces and layering. Even her hair was little more than a coiled braid pinned quickly and loose. She felt as rumpled as she looked.
Is that a threat?
She wondered if it was possible for a man to look upon a living creature in such a way as Gregory looked at her. Had she a soul, she was sure he was trying to devour it.
A promise. I turn the lock on my door.
Gregory countered quickly.
I would employ the window. I also possess the master key.
Their bickering was starting to get absurd. Arabella struggling to keep the smirk ticking at her mouth restrained.
A knife under my pillow, then? And how would you explain the body?
A red brow arched. I could just run away. No one has caught me yet. Smug as the devil, Mr. Harrow crooned.
Face facts, my love. There is nowhere left for you to run. Otherwise, you would not be playing the noble lady, and I would not have you so beautifully cornered.
A smile grew across the lounging male's beauty.
You like it here, and so here is where you will stay.
We shall see. She took a moment and looked him over, unsure of herself. How did you? It seemed for a moment she was going to ask something else, yet ended up muttering.
Make your fortune.
The answer was simple.
I killed people and was paid for it.
A soldier?
You were in the war?
The man simpered and shook his head no.
And then I returned to Harding and destroyed my uncle, reduced him to poverty as I bought up his lands. When there was nothing left, like his sister, he leapt from the top floor. They found his brains splattered all over the courtyard.
Arabella muttered.
You pushed him.
A diabolical look in the man's eye told another tale.
Ah, but I was in Liverpool, and the servants saw nothing.
What he hinted to did not bother her as it should have. Was he more terrible than you are now? As if amused by the question, Mr. Harrow cocked his head. The prior night he'd heard Payne mention murder as if it were nothing, and understood the reason why.
Do you find Payne terrible for what he did to Baron Iliffe?
Mammy Oro killed Baron Iliffe. Feeling as if she had been plunged into icy water, Arabella asked, The men you killed, were they bad men?
Of course they were.
Her brows drew together, Arabella's voice pensive. You're lying. You don't know what they were. You never asked, nor did you care. Pitch eyes rested on her face. Mr. Harrow languid.
Just as you never answered my question.
Thinking back on all they'd suffered, love coloured her reply. Many things were terrible, but never once was pain. Gregory sneered.
How noble.
Chapter 12. I really cannot believe what you did, Lizzie gushed, holding tight to Arabella's gloved hand amidst the assembly room's crush. Really, Edmund was quite scandalised. Surrounded by the Harding elite's monthly party, fettered by a netted coquelicot red gown, Arabella braved her second formal gathering with little enthusiasm. She was tired of the topic of the seer's tent and the fair. and less than happy it was coming up in such a public place.
He will recover.
Unaware of her friend's discomfort, glancing side to side to make sure none could overhear, Lizzie giggled.
Pestering Edmund, you should do it more often. I cannot even begin to tell you how hard I laughed each time he almost went in after you.
Arching a brow, Arabella looked at the man in question, catching his eye even though he stood in another circle.
Went in after me?
Lizzie, lovely in lavender, her hair in chestnut ringlets, confessed.
3 times he had his hand on the curtain.
Arabella continued to stare at the man in question. Edmund did not look away. What had he heard? Nervous, offering a sign of friendship to see how it might be received, she smiled. The fair man softly smiled back.
See,
Arabella said to his youngest sister,
we are still friends.
Once the music ended, Edmund proved it by approaching. She spoke first, knowing he may have had more than one reason to be cross with her.
I have been practicing.
It was the damn minuet she referred to, and her promise to dance with him. She'd never returned to Stonewall Grove for lessons, so Magdala had taught her. Edmund's eyes, far too blue, sparkled. I thought you might be angry. My disapproving. He was trying to joke, making his point badly as he fidgeted. I should not have criticised what ladies do at fairs. Arabella softened. You are a protective older brother. It is admirable. Edmund lowered his voice, whispering conspiratorially.
I thought we agreed. You are not my sister.
Too shy to meet his eye, Arabella took in those gathered around them.
The fair seems to have drawn more to the gathering.
It is you they've come to see. Nervous, Arabella disagreed, directing her gaze at Lily, the shining star, in a gown of snowy lace.
Not I, Mr. Jenkins.
The pretty young lady was surrounded by suitors, flirting cautiously with her mamma nearby.
It seems her love charm worked.
Edmund forced to laugh, stepping in Arabella's line of sight. Lizzie thought to tease the pair of them.
What will you do, your ladyship, if another gentleman asks to stand up with you once the minuet is finished?
Arabella had no intention of dancing with strangers.
I have no acquaintance in the neighbourhood outside of your brother. It's best I leave it at the minuet and remain a wallflower for the remainder of the evening. You know Mr. Harrow?
Lizzie grinned, less than subtly prodding her brother. Arabella frowned at Lizzie to stop such talk.
I know that man is nothing but trouble. What do you mean by saying such a thing about our friend?
Lily had come up behind her, the girl's angelic face screwed up at the insult. Edmund interjected. You mistake Lady Iliffe's meaning, Lily.
I must, for she does not know him at all.
Nose in the air, the beauty shared her own opinion.
Where he is genteel, she is admittedly unpolished.
In a quickly spoken reprimand, Edmund whispered, Lily, you will apologise to her ladyship this instant.
There is no need for an apology.
Arabella had caused the row, and she would forgive it.
But be cautious of him, Miss Jenkins. He is not always as he seems, and can be quite rough if provoked.
It was such a pity so pretty a face could be ruined by so ugly a sneer, but the sour expression did not last. Eyes aglow, the beauty saw her suitor, mouth curving into a pretty smile, to find the one she'd been waiting for had arrived. Mr. Harrow. Arabella did not need to turn to confirm it. She could feel the force of him before he came into view, just as she'd felt the lack of it each night of the past week, while waiting for him to step out of the shadows within Crescent Barrows. But he'd never come. Otherworldly, he approached their party, the shine of obsidian eyes laid upon a woman that was not her.
Mrs. Jenkins, do not you and your 2 daughters look fine this evening?
A moment later, Gregory darted a glance the Baroness's direction, casually remarking,
"And Lady Iliffe, I see your train is pinned up. It could not be that you intend to dance."
Feeling foolish for finding him beautiful, Arabella replied, "Only the first set, Mr. Harrow. Afterward, I shall go into hiding in the card-room."
"Mr. Jenkins must be the daring gentleman."
Gregory smiled tightly at the handsome landowner.
"How unfortunate for you, sir. She will spoil the polish on your boots."
The dark-haired bully turned towards the blushing Lily.
"Miss Jenkins, would you do me the honour of standing up with me? For I wish to witness something so ridiculous as closely as possible."
Giggling, Miss Jenkins offered her hand and walked away with her suitor, her head high, thoroughly satisfied to see the Baroness ridiculed. The first dance was called, and Edmund escorted Arabella to the floor. Rich music began, all dancers moving in unison to bow or curtsy. Her partner made it easy, his smile steady and hand reassuring. They separated in the figure of the dance, and it was Mr. Harrow who took her fingers for the short exchange.
"You have been practising."
His voice was nothing but displeased. Relieved to see he was not fool enough to wear the silver ring, Arabella replied, "And why should I not?" There was an unsatisfied grunt from the devil, while nearby Edmund complimented her profusely.
Yes, she is quite good,"
Gregory stated, smacking his lips and behaving like the entire thing were horribly boring.
"It seems your company has improved her, Miss Jenkins, for I cannot imagine your brother could possibly handle the woman alone."
Lily laughed as loud as she dared. "I pity my brother if he believes he could domesticate Lady Iliffe." Mr. Harrow smirked, venomous and challenged.
"Do you not prefer her with a little fire? I find the most interesting phrases pass her lips when she is provoked."
"As do I." Lily glanced towards the Baroness, the 2 women linking hands briefly in time to the music. "But do not let her low opinion of you colour your regard for her new-found skill in dancing."
"Low opinion?"
Gregory cocked a brow. He looked at the woman in question, meeting defiant emerald eyes. "I simply spoke the truth of your character," Arabella admitted, deeply sincere. "Shall I repeat it aloud?"
"No."
They came together in the figure again, parted, and he went to Lily, purring.
"I shall guess. Lady Iliffe described me as a villain."
Every syllable was pronounced with pride. Voice low and seductive, he continued.
"And she was right. I am a soulless despot bent on the destruction of any who stand between me and what I want."
No matter his words, it was the tone and beauty that excited Lily, for the girl looked on the handsome demon with eyes full of longing each time they moved together in the dance. Wondering if this were all a show, a staged drama to bully or offend, Arabella decided the best thing to do would be simply to ignore Gregory's bad behaviour. Focusing on Edmund, seeing he was pleased with how well she'd performed, she admired his bow. She curtsied in response, and her first dance ended as a success. Smiling beautifully, glad it had gone well, Arabella thanked him. "Mr. Jenkins, I'm very grateful to you for your patience. And you, Mr. Harrow." Her eyes took in the arrogance, the dark smirk of the tyrant. "For the entertainment." Edmund offered an elbow. "Shall I escort you to the card-room now, your ladyship?" "That would be lovely." Tucking her arm through his, they turned their backs on the spiteful duo and left the floor. Mrs. Jenkins intercepted their path, eager to claim the Baroness in a situation where she might make proper introduction to the neighbourhood's grander ladies. Trapped in the hall making small talk, dancers came and went, Lily elegant and coveted as a partner, and Lizzie enjoying the fun as well. She was constantly surrounded by a slew of women, for Edmund, always a gentleman, had a duty to dance if there was a young lady in hopes of joining the set. Mr. Harrow, on the other hand, did not follow protocol. In fact, he spent the better part of an hour glaring at Arabella from across the room with all the charm of Lucifer. Once Edmund thought to break from the dancing, the instant he took a step toward Arabella, Mr. Harrow was hard on his heels. The eldest Jenkins sister was thrilled. "Mr. Harrow," Lily preened, certain he had come to claim another dance. "You seem well pleased with yourself tonight." Black eyes deigned to glance down at the glowing young lady.
"Looks can be deceiving. In fact, tonight I feel utterly antagonized."
"Is that why you have not danced again?" Lily teased.